And we are at Spring Kickoff, GingerMan Raceway. The Golden Boy's voice, Mr. Kyle Heyer, is not me. I am Adam Jabay. Kyle Heyer, his voice is a little off today, so I'm pretending to be him. We have myself and Aber Smucker. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
We're at our home track, GingerMan Raceway, and we are live viewing the warm-up lap here for GLTC Qualifying. A couple minutes behind schedule, a little bit of oil cleanup this morning with HPDE, but you're seeing the largest GLTC field that has ever taken a track, so it's pretty wild.
It's a big field. How many cars are expected to take the green flag
We
today?
are maxed out with 25 cars a mile, and it's basically 56, 57. I think we're taking a full start with 55 cars, hopefully, if everything shows up.
That's amazing.
A lot of cars.
Some new drivers as well.
Yeah, I think we have 6 rookies this weekend as well. Mr. Scott Giles putting them through the competition evaluation program that we have, an in-weekend, no loss of time, no extra cost competition program that we have to get your license with GLTC. Seeing Mr. Max Thur right there in the E36 taking turn 3. Love this drone view. Very pretty.
So lots of different camera angles for this weekend, and with 56 cars on track, expect to see some really great racing at every portion of the grid.
P9 through P20 is the kind of the segment that I think is going to have the rowdiest party. I mean, they were all within, I think it was a tenth of a second in qualifying one. This is our second qualifying session of the weekend. Because of such a large field, we're doing two 25-minute qualifying sessions, roughly 50 minutes of potential hot track qualifying if they all behave. And the cars gapping out nicely, trying to give themselves a nice run. Yeah, man, it's a little nerve-wracking for me seeing my baby growing. This is wild. This is such a field.
I think this is interesting because conventionally you are working the grid and making sure that the run of show kind of happens on the track side.
Yeah, the big mechanical parts.
But
not the
here you're actually getting to watch the racing because you're on the live stream instead.
I was excited to wave the green flag personally. I was going to be the green flag and the checker flag, but get to watch the show instead of it's the biggest adrenaline rush to wave the green flag, but I get to watch it at least, so it should be fun.
So I had a chance to talk to a few drivers in the paddock yesterday, and a lot of folks said that they were looking forward to this morning session because they thought that it would be a little bit cooler than yesterday, and they were expecting their qualifying times to be much better. But the sun is out, and it is already very hot.
Yeah.
I don't know how much better it's going to be than yesterday.
Yeah, the sun is there's no clouds in the sky, and not that much breeze. A little bit of breeze now. It's been a warm weekend, not 90s, but we're talking 80-some degrees at least. It's been a little bit hot, but.
So what we saw in qualifying yesterday were lap times that were not on pace for track record for GLTC.
Close.
Second or so slower for the best cars, but lots of cars in the low 140s.
Yeah.
So that mid-pack is going to be really intense competition.
We're seeing times coming on here. It's right now the leaders 39.8. That's Smedegaard. 40.9. Mr. Aaron Lichty, the winningest driver so far in GLTC history. Do have a car backwards there. It looks like what turn? That would be turn 2. No, turn 3. Hard to see from this angle.
I think that's turn 3.
Yeah, that's turn 3. You see the Strictly Performance sign there off. That's the turn-in point at 3. So.
I'd imagine that car will get turned around here in a second once this wave of cars rolled by.
Yeah, it looks like they refired it. So it's inside of turn 3, so definitely a clean line accessible still to the drivers. Still 39.8 is our P1 for Qual 2. I believe it was a 38.9 out of Jeremy Swenson yesterday. Oh, that's Mr. Pat Reyes. Pat got backwards in 3. But.
All right, let's double check qualifying from yesterday. Best time was 38.3 by Jeremy Swenson.
Yep, very fast. That's still about half a second back off of track record in GLTC. I believe that's a 37.9.
I think that's right. Yeah. So in the GLTC pace, the record times, it's interesting that the qualifying record right now is actually a little bit slower than the overall lap record that Catil set last year. And I think in part it's a consequence of people really working through setup throughout the weekend and kind of making sure that the car is dialed in, ready to race, versus like needing everything to be perfect when the weekend starts.
Also, usually we try to have qualifying times that time of the day that are actually, ideal conditions like this session here, but a lot of times qualifying conditions might not be as good as the evening races, and in Fall Festival we had a couple of evening races. We had real good track for one of those, and I believe that's where it was reset.
So cars kind of just continuing to make laps here.
Yeah,
you'd expect
a lot of circulation here, 25-ish minutes.
You would expect that the front of the field is going to be doing their fast lap right away.
Right.
Maybe coming into the pit, making a couple changes, and then waiting for the end of the session before going back out.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a lot of cars coming in asking for space too with the gap.
So still, fastest times so far are 39.8 by Andy Smedegaard, 140.9 by Aaron Lichty, and then Joel Morrison just set a 140.4. So he
probably
jumps
his fastest in GLTC trim.
P2 position.
Yeah, a former Time Attack car, kind of scaled back from track mod. It's a built NA motor S2000 right now. It was high compression, crazy turbo.
Yeah, I think it
over
was
700.
it used to be about a 700 horsepower car, and made his transition to GLTC. I think in part because he was tired of braking transmissions and differentials and all those things.
We've called it the Time Attack retirement home for a reason. It's GLTC does seem to be the place where people land. So
I think it's a happy medium for people that want to continue racing, but maybe don't want to chase in the same way that the progression of Time Attack conventionally works.
Yeah, new leader for qualifying here. Emil Tab jumps to the top of the boards with a 39.701. Very quick here.
Is that his personal best?
It's going to be close. I think he might have ran a 38 at one point, but
let's see.
That's a K24. It's a Z motor, the one with the single exhaust port in the NA Miata of his. Not naturally aspirated. It's the first gen Miata.
So Emil Tab yesterday qualified P2 with a 38.8. So he's in a good spot overall. It looks like these times are still slower than yesterday, which is kind of a surprise.
Yep, a little bit.
But the track is definitely off when you compare it to having run here last year.
You also think that we're 6 minutes in, and Hoosiers sometimes don't fire off too early. So next couple laps will probably be the best place for a Hoosier R7, which is what a lot of these cars are sporting. Beautiful drone shot dropping down into the downhill braking zone of 3.
So yesterday we did both GLTC practice and qualifying as well as a Time Attack session. And what we saw across the board were cars that were slower than last year's times.
Yep, just
and
a little bit.
I mean, maybe the track just needs to come in a little bit, or the weather's too hot, or I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's probably a combination of things.
My suspect is that they haven't had rain here in a couple of weeks, which is pretty rare, like any heavy appreciable rain, pretty rare for this this time of year here, and the track felt very dusty. If you like, we were off cleaning some areas, and the sand it's blowing around, so the track is definitely dusty. A lot of HPDE yesterday, and a couple of oil cleanups. The track was a little bit off for sure.
So you see a shot here just in the background now. The ASM cars, that was Tom O'Gorman and Andy Smedgard.
Looks like they're on a cool down or a gapping lap, and probably going to work together. A little bit of drafting might do them good, and the zero car Ben Dozman off to the side there, unfortunately. Hopefully
now the ASM cars sporting like custom team wraps this year. I would say that they look very good.
It's very pro.
And I would also say that Andy's chrome like RG3 wheels,
so good.
They're very good.
Yeah, the chrome wheels on the yellow and blue S2000 is pretty rad.
We've also got a new driver that's part of that team, Zach Lavoie, who I met down south at Barber Motorsports Park.
Right.
We're kind of drawing more people into our little world, and he bought an S2000 just to come race GLTC. So
he took it to the tech inspection shed yesterday, and I was the only one there, and so I got to have a quick and in-depth look at it. And he said, "This is about the first time I've seen it, so find what's wrong." He actually had to put a kill switch in it. He didn't know he bought a car without a kill switch, but.
So Cattell, who is typically running at the very, very front, looks like personal best of the session so far, 145.2. So quite a bit off pace. I haven't had a chance to talk with him. He's working through any issues or challenges with the car?
He just got a 40.8 out of the car.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I think that car's it's a K24 EG generation Civic, 92-95, and a little bit off track there for Colton Wade as we see him around turn 2. And new personal best, or new best of the session, I mean, a 39.3. Aaron Lichty jumps to the top of the boards. Ryan Upham was there for just a second, 39.6. So almost down into the 38s. This track is definitely coming in, and yeah, a couple laps in is where the Hoosiers are lighting off a little bit. I know this the top 4 here are all on Hoosiers.
So see, it looks like we had a little spin coming out of 11 there. New catch fence up here at GingerMan Raceway that makes it look very pro.
It looks very cool. Love that catch fence. And somebody's backwards. Who's that?
Can't really see from this angle.
Yeah, please don't hit me, he's saying. Hopefully he figures it out. Oh man, splitting them. Scott Bowling and looked like Andy left and right.
So I will say that Scott Bowling cold started the Porsche yesterday in the paddock, and it is the loudest car. On a cold start, it sounds awesome.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Heavily detuned Cayman. I think that's a 3.4.
Could be.
Yeah, I can't remember the engine. So man, this is a stressful one for me right now. Ooh, good avoidance there by Will Leahy. Got a little surprised by it. Fire it up, man. Come on, let's get her out of there.
Yeah, that's a tough spot.
That is a ugly spot. I'd imagine we're going to go full course yellow, and the safety guys are going to be grabbing that car, but
looks like we might have gotten yellow already because car coming through there quite a bit slower.
It's a beautiful wrap on Dusty's four-door Civic, figuring it out. Blue and white car that I formerly owned part of.
That's Dan?
That's Dan the sedan right there. Looks like we do have a black flag all out there.
Must have just had trouble getting it restarted.
Yeah. And that's about a 15-minute qual. Newcomer to GLTC right there on the screen, the 350Z of Robert Vierhout.
So fast times of the session so far: Tom O'Gorman P1 38.8.
Wow.
5.1. Aaron Lichty 39.3. Ryan Upham 39.4. Emil Tab 39.7. Comparing that to yesterday,
a little bit better.
38.3 by Swenson. So as it sits right now, expect Tom O'Gorman to set P2 unless things change prior to the start of race 1.
It looks like the track was coming in this morning, but not ideal right off the bat. And then hopefully they can get back out, but that might not be ideal for tire temps. We'll see how things go. But yeah, yesterday Swenson had one burner of a lap. He must have got clear traffic, perfect tire temps. I don't know if he's on Hoosiers or AO52s. Those were his two tires of choice so far in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I think he was out on AO52s yesterday, and I'll be honest, I was kind of surprised to see the pace that came out of them with the temperatures being as high as they were yesterday.
We're feeling pretty good about the tire balance in GLTC in that respect because we're seeing the AO52s are a little bit easier to run that first lap, but they don't last quite as long at the end. But the pace, the overall raw pace, is within tenths. With the width variations between 200 treadwear and sub 100 treadwear in the rule set,
and we haven't seen competitor James Houghton since last year with the Canadian border being closed. But at the time, I think it was James's strategy as well to run the AO52s and to do everything possible to build a lead as quickly as they could, and then kind of hold the line for the rest of the race, knowing that those tires would fall off near the end.
Yeah, if you get to the front at the beginning, it's harder to pass or to get past than to have to pass everybody. So for the other competitors, he wants to be up front, hold them all off. That was a strategy that he used at COTA last year, first time we were at COTA, and it seemed to pay off for him. But yeah, the tire balance it's between those two brackets. They do things very differently, but the raw pace is similar to where we want. So feeling good about that. Doesn't look like we might not be re-releasing here. We'll see.
It doesn't look like it. We got a few cars rolling through the scales to check weights and do a little scrutineering. But talk a little bit about choosing what kind of mousetrap to build for this series, because there's so much variety. How do you, if you were starting fresh, how might you go about deciding what car you wanted to build?
Well, that's the build your better mousetrap philosophy was, that's what attracts kind of the builder racer, which is what most of these drivers are. And they think, and they think, and they think, what's the car that I want, and is performance potential the capability that I want. And you can make it a lot of different ways. We see big, heavily detuned V8s, we see detuned 4-cylinders, we see high-strung 4-cylinders. We've got rotary motors, we've got all kinds of stuff here. But I really think the biggest thing with cars is you got to, especially at the amateur level, you really have to be quite into what you're building. I mean, and this allows you to build the car that you want. Right now, I couldn't say what the best mousetrap that I would build would be. I really don't know.
I mean, quite honestly, I don't think we've seen enough. I mean, Aaron Lichty has been dominant with his K-Miata. It's a very, very capable car.
Yeah.
But Aaron doesn't win every race.
No.
And there are a dozen variety of cars that could potentially win any particular race on any weekend.
Yeah, K-Swaps did quite well the first couple years, obviously, but it was kind of the easy button. You know, the Honda K motor is a very capable engine with a great power band, and you can put them in a lot of cars now. It's kind of the new,
and they're inexpensive.
Yeah, it's the new V8. It's replaceable. You know, $700 to $1,500 replacement engines. But the big detuned V8 takes a little bit of hit with power band, heavier, largely because of the ability to make power everywhere. But making power everywhere is pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
Big
and those cars do make more torque, and but I think things are just a little bit more complicated. It's they seem to work well, but it's not necessarily the easy button. I think there's more thought that goes into it.
Talking with Jeremy Swenson about the philosophy behind his build, he's obviously a fan of big V8s and knows Corvettes. He actually says he doesn't like Corvettes that much, but he has multiple successful Corvette race cars.
At that point, though, it's a tool for racing, right? Like.
That's the thing. Like, it's so overbuilt compared to, if you look at a small Honda like mine, like Catil's, and we're stressing the suspension components so much. You see hubs shredding. You see suspension arms bending. The tub actually, from flexing, will start to fail at points. Attachment points that pick up to the chassis. It's unlike the Corvette, which is basically a tank and so detuned that the engine does not care, and the trans does not care.
And if you are watching the stream but you don't follow Eric Catil Racing on Instagram, he goes above and beyond trying to re-engineer parts and reinforce parts, so much so that the like the rear, the trailing arms.
Yeah,
is
the
that
rear trailing arms, the ones that it's a front to back long trailing arm on the rear of that car, and he was seeing failure points where the hub itself bolts to that trailing arm. So he dissected it, and I mean, we're talking, he's got like 20 hours of labor into each trailing arm.
Yep, and he like custom fabricates and makes cuts and
just
like
for strengthening, so it can fit wheels, but also not fold in half. So much work into a tiny little tin can like that versus, once you get the formula right on a Corvette, I mean, what's maintenance even look like when you have giant brakes and huge suspension that could hold a pickup truck up?
But we talked for a minute about the idea of the builder racer, right? It's really exciting when you see someone like Eric basically every weekend or in his spare time is working on his mousetrap.
Almost every day.
And you can tell that it's like a labor of love, and it's not something that he like begrudges doing. He does it because he loves this activity of building this car.
Seeing the ASM team, Tom in the yellow, Tom O'Gorman, and Andy Smedegard in the blue, yellow, and silver, black roof on S2000. A couple of K-Swap S2000s.
Looks like Aaron Lichty sitting there on the wall as well.
Yeah, both or all three of them had a pretty successful Qual 2 versus their Qual 1. Not a lot of drivers in the top, in the sub 40s in Qual 1. Jeremy, I think, was the only one that lit it off. But
38s and 39s top times for qualifying so far.
Yeah.
Should make for an exciting start, because with Jeremy sitting on pole, expect him to stretch almost immediately with tires that come in right away.
Track temp 103 right now. Pretty warm. I mean, it's pretty nice out here, but that sun is so intense. It's so intense right now. I would expect to see, as you said, Swenson's going to jump. And then the Hoosier tired cars are going to have to reel him in.
That's going to be hard, too, because that car seems to do well on straights.
Although it's a slower shifting. The T56 is a little bit clunkier than those little S2000 boxes. One of the best shifting OEM transmissions ever. And there's a lot more shifts here than at NCM for Swenson. That was his big, strong point at NCM. We pulled data off of a lot of these cars. AIM Solos are our data choice. And because everybody has them and we can compare things, we're looking at acceleration curves with those things. It's amazing how little he had to shift. There's no flat spots.
Yeah, and so I think that's something that's particularly exciting about the series, is that even if a particular build is competitive or dominant at one event, that doesn't guarantee that that same car is going to be perfect for every other track.
Right. Yeah, it looks like the line for scrutineering here happening.
So we've got Tom O'Gorman and Emil Tab.
Emil had a good Qual 2 here versus yesterday.
And Emil might have the happiest looking car in the grid.
It is a smiley little Miata. the very front of that thing is smiling.
So Emil there, I'm not sure who he's talking
Looks
with.
like Scott Robertson, I believe.
Looks like it. Scott Robertson wearing a shirt at the moment, which is rare at these events.
It's not quite hot enough to go topless, maybe. But intermediate track time in just a moment here. That'll be followed by time attack, I believe.
Did we? Well, while we're here, let's make sure that we send out time attack run groups if we haven't done that already.
Yes, sir. I did.
You did. Awesome. So for time attack, we've got newcomer, not newcomer to GRIDLIFE, but newcomer to the street modified class.
Right.
Paul Curley set fast time of the day yesterday with a 33.8, I think, which is a fast time, but nowhere near even the fastest times of street mod, which is, I think, talking a little bit more about how the track is still coming in.
Right. A very experienced driver, but he basically took an under-prepped track mod car, put small tires on it, and now it's a top-of-the-heap street mod car.
Well, under-prepped is relative, right? Like it's one of those classic 600 horsepower NA Corvette builds, which 2 or 3 years ago would have been at the very front of track mod, but with drivers like Ferris Khartoumi kind of pushing the envelope on what you can do with a track mod car, the NA cars are most certainly underpowered for this the class now.
Yep.
And if you wanted to stay NA, it actually made a lot of sense to just scale back the tires and run it as is.
Right. Sounds cool too. It's a real wild sounding street mod car. We've seen the C5 Vet be a popular choice in street mod as well.
Well, it's a light chassis, and the motors can make a lot of horsepower, and most certainly a driver's car. I mean, Paul has been driving Corvettes for as long as I've known him, and he and I met, I think, in 2014, so we've known each other for quite a while, and he's got a lot of autocross success and success with Optima Ultimate Street Car. I think last year was the fastest driver of the event, the Streetcar Invitational, but lost some points on D&E, and because of that, I think he took 3rd overall.
Right.
But
super solid driver, though. I've never had an issue with him on track that I can recall. So
he's quick.
I'm excited to see a street mod car at the top of the heap right now in time attack too. That's kind of wild. There are some pretty cool unlimited builds here. Brand new build from K Miata, running an unlimited this weekend. We'll see how they do.
Well, we've got this sort of bounty in the street modified class right now. I think people are chasing a 29 in the street mod class, and you know, if you're a fan of GRIDLIFE history, it was 2016 that the Pro Awesome Unlimited car first broke sub 30, and to think that 5 or 6 years later we've got street mod cars trying to do the same thing is tremendous progression for time attack.
It's do you remember when street mod cars just barely broke into the sub 140s? Like only 5-6 years ago. Like I thought it was so wild, and now 31s almost. 29s maybe.
Yeah, I think 29 is possible, but it's going to take the perfect combination of great driving and great preparation for a car.
Looking at past times from yesterday in time attack, as we said, Paul Curley top of the heap with a 33.874, and then one of the street mod cars to beat, and two of the street mod cars to beat, couple at P3 and 4 of a 35 and a 36 respectively, Moss and Dewey DeWitt. It's going to be a battle in street mod. I think that's the one to watch. And Club TR, Falken Club TR, I think that'll be really interesting. It was very close competition, the brand new class for GRIDLIFE. Very close competition at NCM. I'm excited to see. I think we have 8 or 10 of them here.
Yep.
Same thing with Sunday Cup. I think there's 9 Sunday Cup cars. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's absolutely wild, and I think
lesser prep classes as well. So.
And I think Matt Williams is probably chasing to take the record again here. Lost that record last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, in a 3rd gen fit, which later has been kind of excluded from Sunday Cup because it is way more powerful.
Right.
But at the time, it was deemed a legal car until we learned more about it.
Right.
So Matt has, I think, every record in Sunday Cup for every track that we've been to.
Everywhere.
He's a wheelman, and he is good at driving that car.
I just counted Club TR. we're almost at 20 cars.
That's wild.
And crazy amount of variety in the preps and builds, but a couple of real fast ones.
And for all those nerds watching, you might notice that there is a lot of crossover and carryover between the rule sets between GLTC and Club TR. Talk a little bit more about that.
So yeah, what we were thinking as far as Club TR is it's track rats. That's what TR stands for. There was a lot of cars that drive in our HPDs. We have our West Michigan Honda made HP that we've done for 18 years, and like a lot of those cars didn't have a great home in our current rule set. So the track rats, you know, they build whatever. They take an engine from this, they put it in that. They want fast and reliable, right? And we also saw that, well, that formula, you know, that K24 this, or the, you know, the tiny turbo stock engine that formula seems to be like right about the same pace as GLTC. We're seeing Ben Thorne yesterday is currently in the lead of Club TR. Only had a couple laps, and which 41.510. And he has ran a 39 here already in that car in testing. But yeah, the crossover between GLTC and that is, I think it's largely because I think that's the sweet spot of, you know, the sweet spot of fun time attack cars.
Yep.
And fun track cars.
So, you know, we've got this. What we were hoping to see was in our conventional time attack series, you've got cars that are maybe starting life as street cars and being built up and modified and being taken to HPDE and then eventually, you know, working their way into competition. And with Club TR, it's the same way, but maybe what we see with those people that want to get into GLTC is that they can use the same car that they've been running instead of selling what they've modified and built up for time attack and then moving to a GLTC
It's a
car.
fun bracket of car, but you can put 255 Falcons on a lot of GLTC cars, and you basically have a Club TR car.
Correct.
We even have the allowance for full cages, etc. You know, at no interior, extra 100 pounds kind of thing. But yeah, I think that's a sweet spot of track car. That pace, like that's about as fast as you go before you're starting to build crazy engines, crazy turbo kits, etc.
Absolutely.
I'm going to step off for a moment. I'm going to hand the mic over to Adam Nielsen, our buddy from 1010's podcast. He's coming on, and I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
we've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30, that often require maintenance. So he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live. I'm Abram Schmucker, and I'm joined by Adam Nielsen of the 1010s podcast.
Thank you.
So I think right now we're just getting ready to release Time Attack Group A. Right before Adam Jabay stepped off, we said that Paul Curley was in the lead, P1, for the session, with a lot of those street mod cars ending up being the front of the competition field this weekend.
Kind of a similar theme to NCM even.
Yep, I think it's really interesting that these cars are as fast as they are, but kind of street-focused cars. These cars are multi-purpose. Alex Moss and Andy Smedekar just competed in the Tire Rack One Lap of America and finished second overall, which is a tremendous achievement with a Frankenstein-type car. For those not familiar with Super K, it is a stock engine S2000 with a turbocharger added to it.
A K.
It's a K24 swapped into an S2000, but the engine itself is a stock K24.
Engine. Fair enough.
But it's then been turbocharged, and then it is mated to a BMW 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. And in the rear, it's a Ford 8.8 from, I think, a Ford Explorer.
Yeah,
and
an
so
IRS setup. It's a pretty common swap with big power cars that just don't have a rear diff to support it from the factory.
Yeah, absolutely. But finishing second overall in the One Lap of America is a tremendous achievement. But also running in a highly focused time attack field with the same car and being competitive is like a testament to the build that they've done.
Yeah, what an incredible car. And it's been fun to watch the development through the years, because that car, only a few years ago, while still being a pretty wild build, was nothing like it is
Well,
today.
at that time, it was a GridLife Street Class car, which with just kind of a high compression K-Series engine into it, but then went supercharged, hence the name Super K, and then Super K just kind of stuck when they went to turbocharged, and then they went to DCT, and so that car has been constant progression.
It used to be yellow.
It did used to be yellow, and now it's this like
I think it's a
electric
Lambo
lime green.
color.
Could be,
I
or
think
like
it's a
maybe that
Lamborghini
the
color.
Porsche.
Or maybe it's a Porsche color. It's hard to miss either way.
It's one of the brightest cars in the field.
Yeah, which is something I love about it.
And so something else that you'll notice if you're paying attention to the stream from this weekend is noticeably absent from the street mod field is Jackie Ding.
Yeah, I was really bummed to see that. Do you know why?
I do know why, actually. He is here, or rather, Jimmy Diggs is
His
here.
alter ego.
Running in the Club TR class in their Civic hatch. But also, he is incredibly focused with the Supra, so much so that he knows where the car will be competitive and where it won't. And so he's got the championship lead in Street Mod right now and intends to run that car at the events where it will perform best.
Okay.
And so that car is kind of like a freight train. So he's got like a calendar of 20 events that he's running this season.
Yeah, he has
with
one
multiple
of the most
series.
insane schedules.
But I talked with him, and he said for sure he's coming to Road America, where that car will most certainly shine.
Yes.
So expect the Supra to be out and running in the big power, really pro level tracks.
So does that mean we'll see him at Mid-Ohio then? Because that track's kind of...
I don't know, but I do know that he loves driving at Mid-Ohio, and I think he's
Yeah.
going to Heartlands as well with us in Kansas.
I personally am very excited for that event because it's my closest.
Well, that is
So-
exciting, and I can't say that I've been there. I've heard people say that it's a really fun place to drive, and so for that, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, it's a really good track. It's an incredible facility. It's going to be a great weekend.
So I think we're still seeing here the finish of the HPDE session before
Yeah.
Time Attack A rolls out. With the temperature and the sunshine out on track already, are you expecting times to drop a lot? I mean, I think Moss yesterday ran a 35, Dewey ran about a 35, and those cars typically are 4.5 seconds faster.
I would say that times will probably drop from yesterday, but maybe not record paces.
Maybe not. The Adam said earlier that there's basically not a cloud in the sky, and the sun is very bright and it is very hot.
It's very hot today.
And so, I think every car, not just the turbocharged cars, is going to be a little bit down on power compared to what you might expect if we were running in a spring session where it was quite a bit cooler.
Right. Well, and this track seems to get a little greasier when it gets hot, as asphalt tends to do, and that stuff affects it significantly. And if the track's not there, the records are not going to be set.
Yep.
That's just part of the game. So.
And so even in the track mod class, I think last year Ferris Khartoumi came out and set at 28 or 29.
Yeah.
Maybe it was faster than that. We'll have to look that up. But not so many cars in the track mod group this weekend. I think a lot of the competition will be set in Club TR and in street class,
Yeah.
street mod, and Sunday Cup.
Yeah.
And
There's
those classes
really
are
there's
more
no track mod
accessible.
heavy hitters this weekend.
And I don't want to say entry level. I mean, like, the competition is at the front end is very good.
Yeah.
But those cars are closer to regular cars, whereas when you get into track mod and unlimited cars, these things are weird spaceship things that require a lot more commitment to be setting records.
Yeah. I don't think there's any one class anymore that doesn't have cars that at the front are just insanely developed cars, And so even in those lower prep classes, it's still going to be tough to set records on today, I think.
We were talking a little bit. Even the Sunday Cup class is incredibly tough competition, where Matt Williams has driven the same car for the last, I think, 5 years,
Yeah.
and is skilled at getting the absolute most out of that car, and has recently starting adding data analysis to his development, and the pace has really started to show up even above and beyond where he was before.
Mm-hmm.
But what he said about driving cars that make 100 horsepower and maybe less torque is if you make a mistake in turn 3, it's going to follow you all the way to turn 7 or 8 because the time just stacks up when you lose that pace. And so in those cars, when you don't have power and torque to get you out of a mess, you have to be perfect. And that is itself its own challenge.
Yeah, we're only human.
Some of us are aliens, I think.
Well,
I am not
that's
an
fair.
alien. There
That's
are some here,
absolutely
but see cars coming through 7, 8, 9. They're really fun part of the track, and
I got a little right seat time on track yesterday here, which I have many years ago in a slower car, but a lot of people talk about how GingerMan's a pretty simple track. It's not a lot of elevation, but like, okay, there might not be a ton of elevation, but there's still a decent number of like blind entries.
if you haven't walked the track, it's tough to know that there is elevation here.
It can get pretty hairy in that back section.
So some years ago, when our GLTC driver Luke McGrew was driving Viper ACR, I got some right seat time in that car, and with the aero that comes from the factory on that car, he was taking kind of like 7, 8, 9 at unbelievable speed, and I think in like 9 and 10A, basically flat in third gear.
So insane.
It's so fast, and it was a weird experience for me because I've never been in an aero car like that, and you don't think that a car should be able to do that,
right?
But it just does.
And that car nowadays is what, 4, 5, maybe 6 seconds off pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible.
But it's interesting in a car like that, especially at a track like Road America. You pay the penalty for that aerodynamic advantage, right? Because you have so much more drag compared to the more slippery cars. And so at a track like that, it was not easy for him to podium. He had to work at it pretty hard compared to some of the Corvettes, which maybe had less aero, but were able to make up that time gap on the straights.
Corvettes from the factory are known for having like real low coefficient of drags, you know? And so if you haven't got too wild and crazy with the aero, they're very slippery cars.
Yeah,
just
but
right out of the box.
I think the challenge of that, the cars tend to be looser as well. Both
and
I've ridden right seat with both Paul Curley and Jeremy Swenson, and they're very skilled at making the cars go quickly, but the rear end is loose all the time. And if you compare that to the Viper, it's just not.
Loose is fast.
I guess.
That's what they tell me.
I'm not that good of a driver, so it's hard for me to – I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
I just sit – I bench race from this literal bench right here.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing.
So a little bit of cold track here for a minute as we wait for cars to release in Time Attack Group A. I think Adam is back being the grid boss for a moment, and we should have a clean Time Attack session coming up here in just a minute. You see Paul Curley at the front of grid there, and then David Calzada in his K-Power Miata, followed by Eric DeWitt, it looked like.
Yeah.
So we got a few spectators here at this event. It's really exciting to kind of get back to the more normal part of our life.
I wasn't sure like how many spectators we were going to end up with, but that parking or camping area is filling up pretty well.
On screen here, you see an RX-8 that is the most bizarre looking car. Have you seen it up close?
This is one of my favorite cars to come out fresh this year. I haven't got to see it do many laps in anger, but I love the idea. So it's an LS with a giant single turbo and the most insane exhaust system I've ever seen.
Well, it's a little wild.
Yeah, I think he's a Bowling Green local.
Okay.
And so, because I know he's very regular at a lot of the Time Attack events that are held at NCM across a few different groups. And so, I'm guessing that the exhaust system is built to, make sound at a notoriously difficult track to do that in.
A few spectators here hanging out, hopefully in the shade, or they're wearing sunscreen because it is hot.
It is hot.
I took a stroll around the paddock, and it felt like I was baking a little bit.
Yeah, I don't burn easily, but I think I may have this weekend.
You got to be careful in that sun. You don't.
Yeah.
No one likes sunburns.
Day job, but it's still getting me this year.
So, awaiting on the release for Time Attack A, got some campers, and It's been a little while since I think you've been back to GingerMan. What do you really like about coming here? In part, something that I like is that, at least in the Midwest, this has become, the time attack gold standard.
Yeah.
And if someone says a time here that they can run, you automatically have reference for, like, is that really quick, or is there time to improve?
Yeah, we talked about it briefly at NCM, like, what's fast here, what's not. This track, it's a known standard. I know it's kind of become the internet joke, that 140 mark.
So there's a lot of chatter on a Facebook group called Track Midwest. It kind of represents a lot of the racing community here in the Midwest,
even outside of GRIDLIFE.
Outside of GRIDLIFE as well, and that 140 is a funny joke, but also there is some truth to it in that fast drivers, or I guess it takes a fast driver to be able to go faster than that. I mean, the car has to be quick for sure.
Right.
But a not fast driver in a fast car probably can't do it.
Right.
Because there's something about that number that just, like, you have to work pretty hard to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you've got these street mod cars talking about running in the 20s now, that's just insane.
I think when and if one of those cars goes sub 30 this weekend, I might have to just take my headphones off and walk away from it.
And just go celebrate?
Just to, like, process that in my head. It's so incredibly fast.
So you've got competitors like Jackie Ding who have worked very hard with some manufacturing and simulation partners to develop an aerodynamic kit for his car, for his Supra, that maximizes the potential of the rulebook and gives him the most capable car that you could possibly build.
What I think is cool about his car that kind of sets it apart from a lot of the Unlimited and even now some of the track mod builds we're seeing is that, in theory, like, most of the stuff, I mean, yeah, it was developed on his car, but it's now kind of an off-the-shelf part.
Yep.
Like, I could call the people who made those parts, and they could reproduce that car.
Yep.
And, and then I could come out here and compete at a very top level.
Well, and I think you can
don't have the
compare and
driving
contrast
skill,
Alex Moss's car with Jackie Ding's car, and the difference in age is probably 15 years in age of the car, but also Jackie's car effectively, besides the aero parts, effectively is a full bolt-on car, right? So stock engine, turbo change, some fuel modifications to make some more power, but nothing really wild mechanically.
Right.
And if you compare that to Alex's car, it's the exact opposite, which is anything and everything that you can do to maximize the potential of a 20-year-old chassis, you have to do just to keep pace. And I would say that, Alex is probably not necessarily on the back foot, but Jackie has been very strong at NOLA and at NCM. And so if Alex wants to repeat the Street Mod Championship, which has never been done before, he's got to find some pace.
But I think there's a handful of cars in Street Mod that we haven't talked about much today that are still quite capable of, if they can put it together, of putting down really impressive times. Dewey's car, I'm excited to see where Paul can go. Paul's never been in Street Mod before, and I think he has as good a chance of going sub 30 as anybody.
Oh, absolutely true.
And that's incredible.
And I think for him, this will probably, the challenge for him will be taking a car that makes that much horsepower and torque and managing your right foot appropriately to make sure that you can put power down. Because he's running a 275 in order to get the tire heights proper in order to be able to run this class. And so
we got a car.
looks like Josh Hulka off there a little bit, followed by Charles Miller.
Yeah.
But you've really got to work to control those cars, because it's not, putting 275s on a Corvette is not a conventional thing to do, because if you're autocrossing a car like that, almost certainly you're going to put like 305s or 315s on right away.
If not even more yet.
I know
lots of guys that run the Viper package on those.
Absolutely. And so what you see is people taking the car that they have and shoehorning a little bit in order to be compliant with the rule book. But that comes with compromises, right? And so he's going to have to adjust his driving style to compete.
Starting to get a few times in here. Paul not going much faster, just about 0.4 faster than yesterday.
Dewey
but
improving
Dewey
there.
improving significantly, so.
And David Calzada still kind of hovering that 35 range. Damian Dabrowski has the incredibly wild-looking 350Z. It definitely screams time attack.
Wild machine.
Wild-looking.
Lots of carbon. Lots of aero.
Big tunnels and just big diffuser, all kinds of stuff. I think that's Josh Hanger off in his RX-7.
He was having some wheel hub issues yesterday. Actually broke one on the back straight, was able to make it to pit out without having any too much issue. Hopefully that's not a continuing problem for him. He found a solution, but it's not looking good to start.
So flag on track, and I'll be honest, I can't tell if that's red or black.
It looks to be a black flag.
Man, Dallas Reed's RX-8 is so bizarre.
It's very shouty. You don't miss it.
I mean, you could just run like a pipe out the hood for the exhaust, but then it wouldn't look like that.
Well, and it also wouldn't probably make sound at NCM.
Maybe not.
Which I think was important in that build.
So it looks like a black flag on track, probably as they recover Josh
There's
Hanger.
that Exact Performance 350Z on screen.
Yeah, Exact has a kind of a history of building custom carbon parts.
Yeah.
Few cars that have run Time Attack with us before have had kits produced by them, but this, I think, is their car.
Yep.
And I'm sure it's fast. But
when I was watching it yesterday on track, it's very composed.
And I think what you'll see with that car is, as the driver kind of gains confidence in what the aero is doing, we'll probably see the corner speeds improve in that car, where there were a couple of instances where the driver was hunting for maybe the right gear to be in between turn 1 and turn 2, making a downshift where it may not be necessary. But I think as you kind of refine and go through the data, expect that time to improve quite a lot.
I believe that's Dan Foley with his Evo 10.
Wild Evos.
What a wild car. That's what it could. That could have been you.
Well, I don't miss my Evo.
With total disregard for your financial future, that could have been you.
Well, at the time, I did have total disregard for my financial future, and well, that's why I'm sitting in the chair and not in the driver's seat right now.
It's fair.
Very wild-looking car, swan neck, rear wing, custom carbon front end, all kinds of. I think it's a Pro Awesome setup on the splitter. Vents in the rear doors cut into a rear-mounted radiator, I think. Just a wild machine.
Such a cool thing.
What you also see at the front of Grid is one of my favorite cars in the paddock. That's Brandon Randbeck and his beloved Twitch. He and she are one.
Yeah.
And he is absolutely in love with driving that car. Looks like we got a little cleanup here.
That's never good.
Adam must be out there pushing a broom. Last night on the Slip Angle podcast, he talked about how important it was that he be out there pushing the broom, helping the team get the track clean to put things on schedule as much as possible.
I have been on the track pushing the broom myself, so.
So loving these drone shots for the live stream this weekend.
Yesterday during GLTC practice, they were flying around kind of chasing cars and I think just kind of practicing and warming up. And I found myself watching the drone more than the track.
Yeah,
I can't believe how fast it can not only accelerate but change direction.
It's unbelievable.
Incredible.
So we love the drone pilots for helping us with these really just unique shots that I think even in some like, you know, pro TV series broadcasts, you don't see shots like this.
Yeah.
I can say that in the F1 coverage, or having went to a few F1 races, the helicopter that does their aerial footage is itself interesting to watch because they're basically a stunt helicopter.
That's significantly more disruptive, though.
A little, yeah. So we're going to take a step away as we work on cleaning up this track, and we'll hear a word from our sponsors. So thanks for watching.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little?
No, I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting the wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 Graphene Nanospray Coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene Nanospray Coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TTRS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live. I'm Abe Schmucker, joined by Adam Nielsen. We see a little bit of cold track still with the safety crew going out and cleaning up just a little bit. During the break, we were talking a little bit about competition cars and what we would like to see as commentators, but also what maybe we think would be the hidden gems of cars for each class. Tell me what you think.
I think, to me, the most interesting class, if I were trying to build from fresh, would be street. I think there's still a lot of cars that we've never seen there that could be competitive. My personal favorite, because I'm kind of a GM fanboy apparently, the new 4-cylinder Camaro 1LE packages. The street class rules allow to fix a lot of the little engine issues in that, and I think that you can make real good power. The chassis is incredible off the showroom floor. And with the suspension allowances and stuff like that you guys have given them in street, I just think that a really well-developed one that's well-driven could really put a hurt into the front of that.
Well, I think, especially in the more entry-level classes or the street-focused classes, what you find is even though the rules aren't specifically power to weight, practically they still kind of are power to weight, because there are limited modifiers that you can do to specific things.
Yep.
And because of that, there are basically two approaches. One is make as much horsepower as you can with the chassis that you have, or the other is start with the lightest chassis you can get. And practically that may be a winning strategy. And I think you see the difference right now between Josh Halka and his STI swapped WRX, which is making as much power as you can make for the class, almost certainly.
Probably.
And you compare that to Brandon Ranvek, who has an S54 swapped E36 M3, far down on power by comparison, but also much lighter.
I would argue even that in the world of track cars, that the E36 still isn't even exactly a lightweight, because when you start to talk about really light cars, you know, we get into like the 80s when safety standards weren't as crazy as they are now, and they could just build lighter cars as a result of it. You know, like, I think that some early Golfs or things like that could be real ringer cars because they weigh so little from the get-go. I really think you could get one in the really low 2,000-pound range, and then it doesn't take nearly as much power, and, you know, it may not be a consideration to be the winning car, but it's still a consideration to me. A lighter car is much easier on my budget.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you talk to Josh in the paddock, super approachable, but is very candid about what it takes to run a 400 horsepower Subaru in street class. And I think he has a number like, you know, for every minute the car is on track, they spend about 10 minutes going through and, you know, mechanically inspecting and improving things, and like they spend time on the car, and practically that's what they have found that it takes to make sure that they are consistently running at the front of the field.
And I'm sure that, you know, his brake pads and his tires and stuff like that, his consumables are much higher.
Almost certainly, and I think that's one of the caveats or consequences of running a car that is heavier. And so I know that even last year they would things like ball joints are also consumable, and that they do just have failures, and so they work on changing those out with respect to just general maintenance.
Right.
And Josh's dad, Tom, is always working on the cars. Is a gifted mechanic and is skilled and now working on Subarus, and he and his dad come to the events together, and they drive, and actually Tom is running his own car this weekend, which is exciting, because typically Josh's Time Attack car was also run in HPDE, so double duty for any weekend.
I love the father-son dynamic.
Absolutely.
I grew up racing as well, drag racing, but you know, it was always, to me, racing is a family thing. There's nothing better than going to a racetrack for a weekend with my family. That was what we did when I grew up.
Well,
so I love seeing that still.
You think about the amount of commitment that our drivers make coming to events like these, especially if they're traveling nationally. Like there are competitors that travel from all over the country. Todd Cayley drove from Florida to be here. Jeremy Swenson drove from Minnesota. We have drivers coming from North Dakota on regular occasion, people from Arizona and California. Those are long trips, and that's a lot of time away from family. And so we collectively as GridLife are advocates for the camping culture that we have here, and it's a family-friendly environment, and we want families to be here because in part that makes the racing community sustainable.
Your whole family's here.
My whole family is here. I have an 11-month-old. She will be a year old in a couple of weeks, and she has been coming to the track, I think, since she was about 8 weeks old.
Yeah.
We made the trek in my RV from Indianapolis to Pikes Peak International last year. She was 8 weeks old, and we drove forever to get there, but it was an experience.
I was 2 weeks old when I went to my first drag race.
Man.
So that was my every weekend growing up.
So I think on the list of tracks that she's been to in her life already are Pikes Peak, Road America, Blackhawk, GingerMan, and NCM, and Autobahn's coming up. So she's getting around.
She'll add Mid-Ohio this year?
Oh, yeah.
And Heartland Park this year?
Hopefully. So, yeah.
More tracks than most track enthusiasts.
Probably, yeah. And she has an uncanny knack for sleeping through the drift cars. She's really good at that. One car she cannot sleep through, though, is Cal Fortner's supercharged S4. At Blackhawk, she would wake up every time he drove by.
That is on the higher end of loud, no doubt.
So
a very cool car.
Very.
But not a quiet one.
Nope. Not these days. It is louder than it was last year by a lot.
That's a car that's seen a lot of development as well.
And there are a few cars in the paddock that have a reputation for being especially loud. Alex Westergaard's S2000 is also on that list.
Yes.
And at a track like Blackhawk, where you have trees on one side of start-finish and the entire paddock on the other side, on the infield of the track, the way the sound reverberates off the trees is, I think, kind of special. But when Alex's car comes past start-finish at speed, it's you feel it.
Right.
Lots of crew out there with brooms kind of keeping things cleaned up. It looks like Josh Hanger suffered an engine failure in his rotary. Got a couple of rotary nuts in the paddock. Matt Williams also won, but like seeing those cars out, but we like them when they run.
I'm always told that they made a lot better track cars than street cars, that those engines like to be wrung out and kind of beat on, and that they tend to live longer that way.
Interesting. So what about, we did a little bench racing for street class. What about Club TR? What car do you think would run well?
Club TR is hard. What's the engine size rule with forced induction?
I believe it's 1.6.
1.6?
Yep.
I really like the ND and new Fiat 124 platform. And I think that, people in autocross, and they're starting to become track cars now, have proven that the ND chassis can be fast, is a good capable. But the problem is, a lot of times in really engine rule restricted classes, it's hard to make power naturally aspirated.
Sure.
But the 124 fixes that.
Sure.
And I think that it is a small enough engine to fit that.
I think that might be right.
And I would love to see that. I think that would be a cool build because so one of my good friends has an original 70s Fiat 124 and it was one of my early introductions to silly Italian cars.
Sure.
And so I have a special place for the new one, and and I would just love to see that as a really well thought out, well developed car.
I think it's probably very competent on track, and I've seen them run on track before, but you don't see them often, which surprises me.
Which is something I like about them. I like weird and terrible cars.
That's true.
It's a sickness.
What's your favorite weird and terrible car?
I don't even know. That would be hard to say.
Mitsubishi Starions, maybe?
Starions are great. Starions are cool. Especially because they have a tie to like 80s Dodges, and I have a special place for those too.
Well, I guess it's good to know that you love terrible cars.
I do. I own way too many terrible cars.
All right. So in Club TR, I think it's a mishmash, right? Where Civics are going to be competitive, S2000s are going to be competitive, BRZs are going to be competitive, but it, as a class, is intended to highlight just like raw driver ability,
right?
Whether that's talent or development, but like it is. It's really important for drivers to be the absolute limit of the class, and part of our inspiration was a few years ago, Jackie Ding, when he was driving his S2000, it was NA, a little bit of aero, rear wing, but simple build on 255 tires, ran a 38.0 here at GingerMan in a car that was like on the ragged edge for the entire lap. But it was a spectacle. It was a sight to see. And we said, well, can you have a class that that's the gold standard? And so that's, I think, with Club TR, that's what we want to see, and kind of expecting 37s and 38s to be the benchmark for that class.
It certainly gave a lot of people I knew with cars that didn't have a good place to play to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Adam has said before that TR is track rat, and these cars are meant to do laps.
Yeah.
And I guess part of the driver experience here within Time Attack, sometimes you get drivers that modify their cars to the point where they get limited track time because they are so focused and the cars are so high strung. The point of Club TR is to be the opposite of that, where these cars are meant to be wrung out and run and run and run.
Right.
So moving up in the classes, what about Street GT? It's not a class we talk about too much. I think competition...
It's been largely dominated by LS-powered American vehicles.
True.
But I think that it would be interesting to see some of these V6 turbo applications that are out there.
Yeah, I am personally in love with the ATS-V. I think it's a wonderful car. Our race director, Renee Hines, has one that she drives on the street and kind of mess around on the track just a little bit, just for fun. But it's a car that makes way too much horsepower. I have no idea why Cadillac decided to make this car. I mean, it's silly. But as a street GT car, they're also, I mean, it's a luxury car. It's heavy.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think with the Turbo 6s, that's the penalty you pay, is many of them are not the lightest chassis that you can get.
Right. I don't even know, like, you know, the easy button seems like GTR, but so often those cars, I know they're kind of built and bred on the track, but they always seem to never do that well.
I mean, we've been running our series now for many years, and I'll be honest, the number of highly competitive GTRs that we see in our Time Attack field is surprisingly few.
Yeah, it really is.
I think it takes a lot of effort to take a car like that and really make it not track ready, but like ready to be abused on track consistently.
And it's, you know, we talked about a little bit, it's an incredibly expensive car for consumables.
Absolutely. And so something else, like a car that stands out to me is really interesting. Kobe Shield has run the SS1LE, which is an incredible bargain in terms of performance potential and what it is, and it's reliable. A car that doesn't show up as much as you might expect. I think Corvette Grand Sport is a great car for this class.
Oh, man. C7 Grand Sport would be amazing.
Yeah.
Great
and
cars.
I was talking with one of our friends on the West Coast, Kevin Burke, who is a fast driver out on those tracks, has a GS, but it's been cammed. But we were talking a little bit about how fun it might be to swap that back to a complete stock engine and do a vlog about it and drive the car from California to come compete in Street GT here in the Midwest, and then drive it home and do a vlog of the entire thing. I expect, this is my daughter Sloan.
We have a guest.
She's new on the show. But I thought it would be a lot of fun to take a car like that with so much performance potential and just drive it the 2,000 miles and back. Because he said that's his favorite thing about that Corvette.
That scares me so much, though.
Well, we have some drivers in our field that come to the event without trucks and trailers, and they just bring like a little bit of a tire trailer and swap when they get here. Scott Robertson is famous for doing that and has done one lap of America in his GLTC car, does wheel-to-wheel races in GLTC, and then drives it home.
But even he's admitted that like maybe it's time not to.
It's hard.
It's so hard.
Like it's so fun when the cars are not so modified that you're not worried about whether or not something will happen at the track. But sometimes clutches go out, and like being stranded is never fun. And I can say that in my own time attack car, I've been stranded many times.
Looks like we're sending Group B out now, so cut A a little bit short, but it wasn't. They still got a decent.
They got some good laps. C8 Corvette there, the black, like black on black car, I think is very pretty.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a color I don't like the C8 in.
That sky blue is not my favorite.
They had a brown that I was like, I don't even like brown, but that looks pretty cool.
Huge fan of those cars, and I think one of our competitors, Alex Peitz, is also he runs a shop in Texas where they're kind of driving the development on that platform, and has done an awful lot, setting world records for not only like drag passes, but also horsepower records, and it's been cool to see the development. And I think they're only scratching the surface because they're kind of working around the ECU at the moment.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about new cars is being able to tune them right out the gate.
So, as you work into Time Attack B, what you'll find are a lot of drivers that are kind of working on their personal development and their car development, where these cars are fast and the drivers are fast, but they're not quite at that, A group level in terms of raw pace.
Right.
And so I think for drivers that stick with it, maybe there is a temptation to think that many drivers can just show up to their first event and expect to be at the front. And it's hard because the drivers who are running at the front of our series have been part of this series for a long time.
Yeah, almost.
They have cars that are focused for this series for the most part, and they themselves are very, very experienced in driving their cars competitively.
Especially at GingerMan.
Absolutely. So
I think this is what they would consider their home track.
100%. And so I think of drivers like Charles Miller, running his Evo 8, has been running the car in the same configuration almost for like the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
And so it's not a coincidence that he's quick on track because he knows how to drive that car.
Still.
And so I think that's the challenge, especially if you want to come to a series like this and be competitive. You gotta want to develop. Right. And we see someone like Charles has improved his pace considerably over the last few years, and that's not by modifying the car. That's by getting really, really fast in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
So some familiar names here in the Time Attack Group B. Evan Weeder is...
I believe it's Weeder, yes.
Cal Fortner as well, and who else do we really know? Drew Turner running his S2000. And you see Jimmy Diggs down there, number 90. I've had a chance to meet him. He has a great mustache. And
there's a lot of Club TR competitors in this session. It kind of seems to be.
So I think
Club
Adam
TR
said on the broadcast earlier that Club TR has about 20 entries, which is maybe one of the biggest classes for this weekend. But Sunday Cup, most likely all in Group C. Sunday Cup has 9 entries, which is great.
That's so cool too. That class is growing. Every class is growing. You guys are running out of space.
We are.
It's a great problem to have.
Yeah, it's a challenge because think about the event today. We got really lucky to have things be relatively dry here over the last few weeks, but you can imagine that had it been raining the last 2 weeks, it would have been a challenge to manage where to park all these cars in a muddy paddock.
Yeah, it always seems to be that GRIDLIFE brings out the rain.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's been a thing in years past.
And a bit of GingerMan trivia. 2 years ago at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, we had a little storm blow through, and in the process destroyed some easy up canopies.
Some?
And if you adventure around the grounds here at GingerMan, you might find an actual mountain of easy up canopy scrap. It's still here.
Yeah, I saw it myself this weekend.
It's a big pile.
Yeah, it's a giant pile.
Yeah, it's we like being here, but weather, I mean, we're so close to Lake Michigan. Weather comes off of the lake, and it comes fast because we're not that far from it. And it's, I don't know, it's just a weird place. Sometimes it's normal to have rain in the morning and be perfectly beautiful in the afternoon. And but today, not a cloud in the sky, and it is hot.
Yeah. So we're certainly not seeing any in the classes that have track records here. We're not seeing track record pace today.
Nope. Even Jimmy Diggs with a 143, I would say, is off pace relative to what we would expect that class to be.
Yeah. You know, we haven't seen what Club TR will do here, but we kind of expected high 130s.
Yep.
I think is
absolutely
kind of what we were looking at, and that's just not happened so far.
So for anyone not in on the Jimmy Diggs joke, some time ago, Jackie Ding runs this YouTube channel, and some time ago there were some people in the paddock talking about this little Asian kid who runs a YouTube channel. Some guy named Jimmy Diggs, and well, Jackie just kind of like latched onto that and ran with it. And now Jimmy Diggs is a mustachioed, aviator sunglass wearing, smack talking, fast driver. And if you don't follow Jackie's YouTube channel, he did a recap of him driving the Civic, all in character throughout the entire weekend.
From NCM.
From NCM, and drove really, really fast in that car. So commitment to the joke, and also like developing that character has been, I mean, it's funny.
He has seemed to like he's a bit off pace from his performance at NCM. He was, I believe, 5th or maybe 6th in class yesterday.
Yep.
Which I was a little bit surprised to see.
So Brandon Renvik, I think, improved fastest of the sessions. So for 38.647, that's pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's not
the rear-wheel drive street record's a 38.0.
What
but
is
the overall is a 37.7.
Yeah, it's getting there. I think.
But like we said, I don't think the track is there. So a 38 on this track, especially after an oil down and a cleanup, a very impressive time.
Absolutely, and Brandon is a skilled driver.
Yes.
I think second place finisher in the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Championship a few years ago, has a high horsepower Evo 9, really like a world-class build, but he doesn't drive it very much. It's kind of an autocross focused car, and this is the car that he trends laps in now.
Evan Weeder improving from his time yesterday with a 142. He ran a 143.2 yesterday, so 0.8 of a second faster today.
But lots of really like, club racer type cars here in B group. None of the really wild stuff, but expect Brandon in Team Twitch to jump into A with that time set, because that's a pretty substantial gap to everyone else here sitting in B.
Yeah, indeed.
But man, he was really clever when he was putting that car together. Kind of maximizing the horsepower potential out of that straight 6 with the S54 swap, but also found out that you can use some aerodynamic components that are available in street class if they are OEM for that specific chassis, and he's accumulating parts from the LTW, the lightweight trim, and the splitter on the front of that car is really, really trick. It's adjustable, but it's a proper OEM with like an OEM part number splitter. It's very, very cool.
It's a real race car piece, even if it is a factory part number.
But really exciting to see that, and I think it's those kinds of strategies that allow him to potentially compete with a driver who has a history of success with in the street classes like Josh Halka.
So that kind of brings up a question I have with your street class rules.
Tell me.
So obviously, the lightweight's a really special limited production car, but it's a factory produced car. What are the rules around things like Roush packaged Mustangs and stuff like that? That you can buy them from the dealer. They come with factory warranties, but they're not factory built cars. Do those parts count as being street class legal?
Well, you're kind of putting me on the spot here.
Right.
I think conventionally the answer is yes.
Okay.
When you're talking about Roush specifically, they don't fit now currently into street class very well. So more than likely they're ending up in street GT.
Right. Well, they do make 4-cylinder Mustang Roush packages.
Okay.
So
I think the answer is probably yes, because those are in the rules. There is a discussion about like dealer modified special editions.
Right.
What we're talking about in those cases are like, if you are
those silly like 700 horsepower.
Yeah, the dealer made a 700 horsepower kit to put on their Mustang. That's really not what we're talking about. We're talking about like OEM level production of something.
Right.
And so like Roush and those other modifiers
Saline,
like
maybe.
APR and Saline, like those things are available at a ton of dealerships. That's not specific to just like one place.
Okay.
We haven't seen a whole lot of them though.
No. You guys recently changed your turbo rules a little bit in street class, but I always kind of wondered if that could be a loophole.
Well, let's talk about that a minute. So a couple of years ago, Josh Halka, who is a very intelligent racer, sent an email to Adam and I. And the way that we field questions like this is, we have in our minds things that we think a driver could or could not do. But we leave it up to the driver to make a case as if we are the Supreme Court and they are arguing.
I think you guys have done a really good job of being fair about it.
We try. And we do things by the letter of the rule as much as we can instead of, just kind of how we feel about something. And in cases where drivers make a very compelling argument for the rule is written this way, and here is how I interpret it, so therefore this is allowed or disallowed, it's hard to argue.
Nope.
And so Josh Halka argued that his WRX with the STI swap should be allowed to run the turbocharger from the very hot Subaru STI S209.
The very limited production.
And we tended to agree with his argument, and he's been running that successfully for a couple of years. The downfall of that approach is apparently that turbo is remarkably hard to get, and on top of that, it's unbelievably expensive. Like, it is out of control expensive for what it is, because it's an OEM part with limited production.
Right.
And so what we decided to do was, in those cases where the production quantities of the hot version of whatever was limited, well, can we get equivalent performance for everybody without shaking up the competition at the very top?
Right.
And even Josh had said that the market for that turbo right now on the used market is strong, and that if the turbo rules were modified in some way where he could get equivalent performance with a not expensive turbo, he would swap to something else. And so
back on it, probably.
we did as much digging as we possibly could to figure out roughly what amount of airflow those turbos were producing, and used airflow in pounds per minute as a metric for how much horsepower effectively a car like this can make.
Right.
And so the new rule, instead of being boost limited in terms of a percentage of the factory boost,
which is impossible to police.
It's very difficult. The new rule is 25 pounds, 25 PSI, which is a good number for a lot of cars in the field, or a lot of different models. But also, the turbo limit now is 41 pounds per minute, which is, in the time attack world, is pretty small.
So that would allow me, if I had a turbo car, to run a non-OEM turbo as long as it's 41 pounds per minute or less?
Right. Okay. But it's the expectation of the driver that if they have a turbo in mind that they want to use, for the big turbo manufacturers like Garrett and Borg-Warner, finding a compressor map that shows that airflow is very easy.
Yeah.
That's very easy, but it's the more specialty and smaller market stuff that is a little bit harder. And so if a driver wants to run a particular turbo, it's their obligation to provide information that shows that this turbo is compliant.
That's fair.
And on the Subarus especially, there are a number of suppliers that that do make turbos that fit well into this class.
Right.
And so what that means is those folks can choose those turbos instead of going the very expensive route from the OEM. And what we also see, and like, I guess this modification really talks a lot about the Subarus specifically that want to make those swaps. The number of other cars that are airflow limited in terms of horsepower is not that many. An Evo 9 turbo makes like 39, 40 pounds per minute. So like
it's pretty
kind of
close
right
to
there with heads that flow much better, I think, than the Subarus. So the cars make power very well. The Civic Type R is a great choice for this class, I think. That turbo's right there, but I have heard that the reason a full bolt-on Type R doesn't make more power is because the hot side of the turbo is too small.
Right.
So, but we do think that, I do think that a modified Civic Type R would be very fast for this class. So if I were building a mousetrap for street class, I might start with the Type R.
I think you do that anyway.
Maybe, because I've never driven one personally, but I think they're wonderful.
Yeah, I think that they're very cool.
Indeed.
I know they're very controversial look-wise.
You know what?
I
Like,
love it.
But like, I don't know. There is something to be said about that car specifically, where, it's got a very characteristic look, and in 20 years, I still think they're going to be worth money. And I'm not like buying cars as investments necessarily, but like it is cool to have a cool and unique car.
Right.
And I have no problem being a 40-year-old man with a hot boy car. Like I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So there is the car I believe could be my street class ringer car if it was fully developed and well driven. That 4-cylinder Camaro. That's a ZZP Performance backed car.
Okay.
He's a ZZP employee. Talked to him for a while yesterday. I have a special place in my heart for terrible GM Ecotechs and stuff like that, and that's kind of what they specialize in is the Ecotech and like the older 3.8s and stuff like that.
So like Cobalt SS is something that they do?
I feel like if I was given a small lump sum of money and said go buy a track car, it would probably be a Cobalt SS.
That makes no sense.
I don't care. Matt Ferris said it's one of the best handling front-wheel drive cars he's ever driven out of the box. Just saying.
I mean, he's an authority.
He's known as an authority, especially in that sort of thing.
So we've got Checker on Time Attack Group B. We thank you for sticking with us and our ramblings about bench racing Time Attack.
We got a few improvement times. Grant Davidson with a 141.6. That moves him into second in Club TR.
Really, really surprised to see the Club TR cars still hovering well above 140, though.
Well, that particular session, it's hard to judge.
Yep.
Because of the oil down and all the cleanup stuff that was on the track, I'm sure is going to slow him down. Obviously, second half of that session, a bunch of them improved, so that I'm sure that helped. But again, it's hot. It's just not record-setting weather.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's only Saturday, but it feels like we've been here a long time already. We'll wonder if tomorrow morning might be nice and cool for the drivers to give it their final push to get the most out of these cars to try and set some records. But it's hotter than it has been at this event historically. So
tomorrow morning's first session is earlier than this one, than today's was. So that might be the session to do it in.
But there's some strategy here as well. So these sessions aren't wasted necessarily if they go out. You should go out and you should be capturing data and you should make setup changes and adjustments on suspension and things like that to try and get everything ready for when the time is right.
Well, and GingerMan is the home of GRIDLIFE, and a lot of these drivers are very comfortable here, but I know there's still some, I'm here this weekend with a friend who's never been to GingerMan before. And so, even if the track's not there to set records, just getting seat time on this track and figuring it out is going to help him find time.
And GridLife is Tom O'Gorman is no stranger to the live stream here, and is our kind of our resident pro racer here in the paddock. And Tom has said before that this track is very easy to learn, but I do think it is challenging.
Hard to master.
It is hard to master, and I don't know that anyone says, "Well, I drove a perfect lap." So especially in that 7, 8, 9, 10 range, there's a lot of time to be had for most drivers to get it right.
Yeah.
And most of these other corners can and tend to be point and shoot, but that area specifically is where really high grip or aero grip cars can tend to outperform.
Well, and if you're new to this track, that area, figuring out your corner speeds and stuff like that, it's a lot of fine-tuning.
Well, and there's probably some experimentation as well. Like, where do you make your gear changes on your entry into turn 1? Do you need to? Or can you just kind of throw it into 1 and let the car sort itself out and then make your gear change in the brake zone to turn 2? Things like that. If you're really trying to improve, probably should take the opportunity to do the experiment and figure out if it's faster.
One of the things I noticed, a lot of these corners, turn 1, turn 11, are a lot faster than you think they are.
Absolutely. And
so I'm sure it takes time to just work up the courage to go as fast as you actually
and a pair of corners that stick out to me as different routes to take are 5 and 6. I know some people kind of treat that as one big radius, and some people kind of V cut and go hard into 5 and then make a sharp turn left to get into 6. And so I think even depending on the drivetrain and the layout, the strategy for what's the fastest can change.
Absolutely.
So let's see. We got Chris Scheidecker and an S2000 back to GridLife after a little bit of a hiatus. Offered me the keys. I'm a little bit apprehensive to jump into someone else's S2000.
Because you think it'll ruin you?
Well, I've got limited rear-wheel drive experience. I'm a little bit insecure.
Yeah, I get that. I've always been a front-wheel drive guy. Not by choice necessarily, just kind of what it is.
But
there's one of my favorite cars that we see often, a Fox Body Mustang.
There's another one, another car that's really unique as well.
There's a G-Body out there this weekend.
Very cool.
Yes, that's quite the deal. I've never seen one with like
a swan neck wing.
Yeah, like real kind of effort at aero. It's super cool. I love it.
Lots of bizarre builds here at the GridLife Spring Kickoff.
That's the thing that I think drew me to Time Attack to begin with, is the ability to have such a huge variety of cars that there's something for everyone, no matter what you're into.
Well, maybe it's a point of discussion here while we're running Group C. Is part of my responsibility with GridLife is to Adam and I field a number of questions from competitors and potential competitors about rules and things like that. And what we have found is that, in this series, which is in part, building the perfect mousetrap, not every car is perfectly competitive.
And they don't need to be.
And they don't need to be. And so the advice that we often give to people if they want to come to our event, some people are apprehensive to come to a series if they don't immediately think they can be competitive. But we kind of counter that by saying, well, there are two approaches to coming to a competition event. You can start with the rule book and read it and try and build the best mousetrap for a given rule book, or you can build the car that you want to drive and just run it.
Right.
And regardless of where you sit in the overall order, that's really not of much consequence for you in a given weekend, in that if you're going out and you're trying to run personal bests, anytime you're chasing a personal best, it's always going to be fun and it's always going to be challenging.
Right.
And so, like, if you have a C5 Corvette with big wide tires and it's been modified in ways that put you in track modified, so
Yeah.
go run it
Absolutely.
and try and have fun with it and try to improve your driver ability.
One thing that I've seen in Japanese time attack that I think is kind of interesting, and I don't know how it could be adopted here, or even if it should be, but they seem to, when they go to events, like there's a lot of talk about like fastest naturally aspirated front wheel drive, and like instead of like focusing on classes, they'll focus on certain things about chassis groups.
Well, and
I think that's
at
kind of
GingerMan,
cool.
I think the only one that stands out to me as one that I know, I believe that Jackie Ding has the NAS 2000 record or on street tires.
You know, I don't. Maybe
which is specific.
Maybe it's something the community could keep track of. You know, like fastest naturally aspirated front wheel drive, fastest naturally aspirated rear wheel drive, fastest, you know, stock turbo all wheel drive, stuff like that. You know, maybe not necessarily be a responsibility of GRIDLIFE to keep track, maybe more so the community.
Yeah.
But I think it would be cool to kind of celebrate some of those accomplishments in cars that may not be competitive in their class, but are still doing really impressive things with what they do.
Yeah, but I mean, I talked about it on the stream maybe a half an hour ago, was the NAS 2000 record on street tires is a 38.0, and to have done that is a tremendous accomplishment. I mean, it is a fast lap.
Yeah.
And corner speed's insanely high.
Yeah.
Always working on oversteer. I mean, at the absolute limit. And it's a beauty to watch. If you haven't seen it on Jackie's YouTube channel, you should go check it out, because it is like driving perfection. Absolutely. And so what we see here is cars coming through the 7, 8, 9, 10 complex, which is it's a challenging spot on track. Have you driven here?
I've never driven GingerMan. No, I've only been in the right seat.
So you see old turn 10 there. The addition added, I think, 10 years ago or so.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, I think so. And it's a challenging spot on track because the track is falling away from you. It's breaking downhill into, I guess, 10B there. And also, it's a little bit off camber. So the corner is much slower than you expect that it should be. Most cars running in the 40s to 50s mile per hour range and struggle to get more than that.
Yeah.
Sounds like that Mustang just rolled by our production studio. Sounds very cool.
I love it. V8s are great.
Let's see, what else do we have on track here? Lots of spec fits this
I was
session.
trying to see if there were any improvement in times for some of these guys. Such a tight class, and it's great to see that there's more and more and more guys in that class.
Matt Williams with a 54. 6.76, which is pretty quick. I don't know if that's record pace yet.
He ran a 55.7 yesterday, so he's improved on his own time. But currently the Sunday Cup record held by Chad Meeks is a 153.4.
So Matt Williams just got a little bit more to go there.
Yeah, he's not.
I
far
think
off.
in order to get that second, he's going to have to work really hard with the data to figure out what you can possibly do.
Chad Meeks is not a name I'm familiar with. Is that do you remember,
that was the third gen fit.
A third gen fit?
Yep. And so we did, so it's funny that Spec Fit Sunday Cup has become progressively more serious. For us, for a while, it's just been one of those club classes that we just had fun with.
Right.
And so at the time, the rule book around Sunday Cup was not so rigorous. But what we've learned is that the third gen fits tend to be way more powerful. And so they're above the power to weight limitation. And in order to make them compliant, you'd need several hundred pounds of ballast, which is a lot.
So then is that record really even truly valid?
I haven't updated the website yet. It's a gray area, right? Because it's, it was competition upheld for that event.
That's fair.
But I think it is important to say that Matt Williams in the conventional Sunday Cup is the fastest. Very fast car.
Yeah.
And a treat to drive. In terms of cars that I've driven that are not my own car, Matt Williams Sunday Cup car, I've driven a lot.
I think that's a class that there's a lot of opportunity for other cars to come in and play as well. Mazda 2s, non-ST Fiestas. I've made a little bit of an argument with you this weekend on a few other cars that would need rule changes to fit, but even maybe naturally aspirated minis, as we see there on screen, that would be cool. And it's a fun class. Those guys, I think.
Well, it's a different driving experience, right? Previously, I had a 500 horsepower Evo 10. I competed in the street modified class back when, like, it wasn't so crazy. It's crazy now, but it wasn't so crazy then. I thought it was, but everything is relative.
Who knew, right?
But what I can say is, for my own driving ability, I would find myself, let's say, if we pick a corner like turn 1, in my Evo, I was focused not on how fast I could enter turn 1, but rather how much braking I needed to do in turn 1 to avoid crashing.
Right.
And in the Sunday Cup car, it's the opposite. It is, well, do I have to touch the brakes at all? Like, can I get by with, or like, do I need to tap here or lift or do whatever? And so it's kind of flipped in terms of what you're focusing on in driving, because in that car, you're focused on getting absolutely everything you can out of it.
It's kind of the autocross mentality.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, when I was real serious about autocrossing, I kind of found that anytime I wondered, do I need to use the brakes? Don't.
Yeah.
You know? And, I mean, obviously, much slower pace and much tighter courses, but...
So what we also find is we were at Black Hawk Farms a couple of weeks ago. Sunday Cup cars on a track like that are excellent. And they're not that much slower than the majority of cars running on that track.
Just because it's such a short...
It's short and it's tight. And the fits can carry speed pretty well. And so, like, a really fast Sunday Cup fit might run a 130 to 132. And, like, GLTC cars are running, like, 120s.
Right.
So, like, off the pace, but not that far off.
No, not as big a delta as here. Which, I mean, that lap time is not that much faster.
Yep.
But the average speed is significantly higher.
And those cars are rewarding and they're fun to drive. And it's interesting to be in a car where maybe you as a driver have more talent than the car has potential. And so what you are focused on is being absolutely perfect in every brake zone, in every turn in, and in every throttle out, so that you get everything out of the car.
I don't think there's any car that I have more talent than it has potential. That's the problem.
Well, I can't say me either, but like Matt's pretty good in this car.
Yeah,
Matt has an RX-7 as well, but loves his spec fit.
Yeah.
And he said that the favorite thing about spec fit is that it's always ready. He throws the keys to almost everyone. We'll let them drive it in DE sessions, and then he'll go out and time attack.
Yeah.
So if you are interested in getting into time attack and you want to kind of dip your toe in without going full ham right away, Sunday Cup cars are excellent to get that competition environment.
I think there's a misunderstanding with a lot of people that that's a fit-only class. It's obviously it's been the most popular, and it kind of started that way, but it isn't. And there is the opportunity for other cars to come in and play. I
think the same is true with people's perception of our GLTC wheel-to-wheel series. People think that it is a Honda K-Series class, and it is most certainly not. Right now, on pole position for race 1 here at GingerMan, Jeremy Swenson's running a detuned V8.
What an incredible time!
Yeah, and so I think maybe there is kind of a disconnect between what people do most commonly, whether it's easy or accessible or available, and comparing that to just say, well, like that's not what the class is. That's just what people have done most often.
That's what the class started out with. What the competitors, not even the class, what the competitors started out with.
And so the used market for fits, we're talking like, you know, a $2,500 to $5,000 car with a manual trans, and you know, $1,000 set of coilovers and some brake pads and some tires, and that's just about all that you need to be running at the front.
Right.
As long as you have the driver development to get there.
Right.
So we see Checker here out on track. A few drivers improving just a little bit, but cars running in the 140s to high 150s here. I know that Matt Williams has a challenger in, I guess, car number 139. That's Team Brap. I think that's Kevin Head with a 157. So a little bit off pace, but let's hope Kevin improves and gives Matt some more competition.
Yeah.
And loving these aerial shots. Usually we've got a camera person twerking on the stream here, so
it's only a matter of time.
A little spotted. Uh-oh.
There it is. See, you started something. Oh, no.
We appreciate you very much, and thanks for keeping things interesting. And what you see in the paddock is a relatively full paddock for a spring kickoff event. And last year, because of COVID-19 restriction, we kind of flip-flopped our festival slash spring event. Normally, we do a very chill October event here at GingerMan, kind of a homecoming of sorts. And here at this event, we've got a swap, where spring kickoff is our low-key event. Low-key is relative, still full paddocks. But expect the artist lineup to release here for Midwest Festival, which is in the fall, coming very soon. I'm really excited to hear it myself. Even I don't know.
Oh, man.
So lots and lots of cars and trailers, and more and more RVs showing up here.
Yeah, I remember 3 or 4 years ago when Adam Jabay told everybody that they had too big of trailers, and now the norm is north of 30 feet. And that was
getting
back
silly.
when, like, everyone had 28-foot opens.
Well, I do think what is exciting about our paddock is almost always it's not super nice stuff. It's like second, third, and fourth hand stuff that people have kept alive, and it's so fun to see some of these rigs that have. If you look at the black toter here up on the right side of the screen, that chassis has like 800,000 miles on it. And
we towed here with a stacker that was bought on an online auction at a farm implement auction for $6,000.
So as we wrap up the live stream here, we wanted to thank all of our partners and thank you for sticking with us through the GLTC and Time Attack field. We'll be back here shortly.
GRIDLIFE Live Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire, competition-proven performance, 303 Performance, premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL, ready, willing, STA-BIL. Forgestar, the official wheel partner of GRIDLIFE Time Attack. HP Tuners, connect, read, edit, write, drive.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
And welcome back to GRIDLIFE Drift right now. I'm Adam Jabay, Motorsports Director, co-founder. We're watching probably the coolest drift car I've ever seen around Turn 1, the Ultimaniac, sponsored by Valvoline, driven by Chris Forsberg. This car is unbelievable. Tube chassis Ultima, but it's an actual Ultima body. They cut the floor out, laser scanned the interior, CAD designed cage, ship in a bottle style cage. Just an unbelievable setup. Kind of a double wishbone front and rear, independent rear diff. One of them heavy duty, I think it's a Winters quick change. Rear radiator, but the drivetrain in this thing, sequential trans, obviously front engine, rear wheel drive, a T1 built Skyline GTR motors, or GTR, US GTR motor. Just so cool, 2,000 horsepower. The Gold Diggers Drift Buddies, they follow us all around the country. Love these dudes. A couple of E46s, they got a 350Z, a bunch of yellow cars, and good time in the paddock too. Great vibes. They spent the entire time at Alpine Horizon Festival last year fixing a 2JZ in one of these things over and over and over. I think it's a 2J. Might have been an S54, I can't remember. I think it's a 2J though. Very cool cars, very yellow as well. Super reliable on the track. We never have to clean up after them. I can't remember who's driving this thing. I didn't meet this driver. Ripping though. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Manji down the straights. Man, I'm gonna have to clean that dirt. Gonna have to scrub that track, come on. Kind of a smaller drift field here this weekend. Not a full festival drift, it's kind of a club race weekend vibe. And a lot of competing drift events this weekend, I believe. But very cool to have these buddies out here. Rolling into the lunch break after this. Anybody that's on site and watching, we're doing a fan walk in the grid, gridding up the GLTC cars during the lunch break and inviting everybody to the grid for a fan walk. A field of 55 cars is a lot of cars in grid. And we will allow fans to walk up and down, check out the builds, talk to the drivers. Should be a fun lunch break. Beautiful weather here out at GingerMan Raceway, the home track of GRIDLIFE. The most comfortable place for me to host an event because they are great people to work with here. Front bumper hanging on the pink 240 though. Might need to zip tie that Johnny back up there. We're missing our drift lead this weekend, Nick Swan. He's stuck in on the East Coast. So backup drift lead, Mike Cohn out there slaying it for me. Appreciate all the help and the support of all the GRIDLIFE staff, the track staff. Seeing the Gold Diggers Drift Buddies come back front straight, passing the GingerMan Tower. They enter turn 1 real fast, borderline pro level speed. Beautiful drone shot here by the specialty field buds. Yeah, the drone shots are so fun. Progression of live stream over the last few years, all thanks to everybody at Specialty Field. Beautiful shot there coming out through turn 4, 5, 6. Man, now this thing is an LS powered new Mustang, and it is so wild. Featured in S3 magazine recently. I think it was shot at the Speed Ring event. Very, very cool build. So rowdy, so fast. Beautiful build too. A couple of Mustangs represented here. Forsberg probably only making one lap at a time because that car has so much wheel speed that it literally shreds a set of tires per lap. And we saw that car debut at our our Willow Springs event on the Horse Thief Mile at Willow Springs. Unbelievable. I was really privileged to be the first person to tech inspect it. Very, very cool car. Hopefully we see him back out. Giving ride-alongs all weekend, provided that the car is reliable, and it might make a special appearance as a pace car. Oh, Pete Collins off in the dirt. Pete Collins in the blue E46 BMW. Also a time attack driver with GridLife, has a wild E46 with an LS7 in it, sequential. Likes the E46s. Bumper removed from our buddy in the pink 240. Got a little too after her there. The barking seal or whatever that is makes me laugh. Gold Diggers Drift entering turn 1. 1, 2, 3, chased by the Lexus. Yeah, those E46s. So reliable, so clean. Great drivers. Not the biggest drift field, but man, the Gold Diggers Drift putting on a good show for us. High speed. The Kink out at 4, entering 5 right there. The drone loses them. See the Ultimaniac getting loaded up. Swapping tires, getting loaded up at top of Grid Central there. The GridLife pit cart, GridLife tent. Oh man, not that guy again. What's up? Staring at a monitor, looking like a dummy. I think we might have the voice of Tall Kyle, or not Tall Kyle. Tall Kyle's my friend who TIG welds for me. Kyle Heyer, might have him coming back soon. See if he's a human, if he can talk. Sounds like they're releasing 830s. Mr. Hickson. A little bit of dust there on the back of the Ultimaniac. Man, Forsberg might have made it dirty. It looks like he did. I didn't see it, but man, it must have happened. Pete Collins slaying turn 1 there. Manji in the straight. I think he just won his first drift competition in Wisconsin a couple weekends ago. I think this car got repainted. It was white, I believe, at our NOLA event. Pete Collins did, the guy in the blue car here, did provide me a set of tires, and Smedegard, Mr. Andy Smedegard, provided me a car, and I did my first drifting at our NOLA event in November on the skid pad. Shredded entire set of the Mucho Machos. Super fun. Thanks to him for that. Very cool experience. If you're a grip driver and you've never done it, it's pretty fun. Very, very cool. Ultimaniac taking the track here right now. What an amazing build. Twin turbo, exits right in front of the A pillar, B pillar, the base of the windshield, the exhausts. They had a turbo give them a little bit of grief, and brand new build. A lot of teething issues on something like this. Unbelievable car, but they got her back out, and man, what a cool build though. It's just intense. The engine's pushed so far back. Center of gravity is amazing. 4 seats, rear gauge cluster. The cage is pushed in so tight to the chassis too. Just an awesome build. A lot of room back there. His former 4-door drift car was La Flama Blanca, I believe, named so by his buddy Jerry Deanda. Man, I can hear it in the background. Sounds like this machine gun. His former car was an NA V8 Nissan. Actually, it was an Infiniti, but a Nissan V8. I think sounded really cool. ITBs, very cool car. But this thing, just next level ride-along stuff. Dream build for him, sort of. Just doesn't fit anything. It's just for fun. Got that amazing touring car look. It's so low. So much tire smoke. Man, the E30. I love this guy. I think his name is Richard Hickson. Oh, went off in turn 1. But he showed up to one of our events, didn't have a full cage, and it was a festival event. So we let him run solo because we had just changed the rules, and he full caged this car. He's from Atlanta area, I believe, and he drives it all over the country. Drives it to the events. FCP Euro helped him out with a bunch of parts after I think he had the front end of the car explode at festival here. Really cool old build. Basic, super fun drift car. Real club level spirited drift stuff. I love it. Pete Collins really laying some smoke there. I believe that's a still an S54 powered car. Stock engine. Looks like the Ultimaniac's probably pitting in for tires. We'll see in a second. Bumper hanging off the Z. Man, I'm gonna have to clean turn 1 big time. Gold Diggers buddies. The Gold Diggers buddies are usually good, but that was a little backwards. 2 laps out of Ultimaniac. Almost effortless power. Just awesome. Valvoline, the huge partner on that car. Nissan as well for him. Amazing build. I just can't say it enough. If you ever get the chance to check it out in person, it's just so well done. Couple more minutes in drift here, and then we will roll into the lunch break.
Say that one more time.
Shredding so good. Gold Diggers buddy shredding so good this weekend. Glad to see them both running well. It's always a shame when one of them has an issue because they're tight tandem, having a good time every event, every weekend. They're out last night having a good time. Out today. Love it. Really big thanks to GingerMan Raceway also for letting us even throw these parties here. There's not a lot of tracks in the country that can throw an event with such good vibes as GingerMan Raceway. Great camping. Beautiful weather at night here this weekend as well. Just beautiful. 65 degrees, clear skies. Awesome weekend. Not him again. Thanks so much to all the partners and all the attendees, drivers, everything. We could not do this stuff without the love and the backing of everybody associated with GridLife here. Thank you all so much. Beautiful shot of the paddock. Really full paddock here this weekend. Paddock's almost festival level full. With several hundred campers spread around the facility. Great camping vibes last night. It's almost impossible to go to bed at one of these. There's too many people to talk to. Z putting it together, figuring it out. Bumper waves hello. And I'm sitting here in a sweatshirt, 80 degrees, drinking coffee like an idiot. Told you. They have like unlimited tires. The perfect level of drift car. You can session a whole thing. Just enough tire smoke to look rad, not enough to have to fix it, swap them every couple laps. Ripping it. Look at that drone shot, so good. I cannot wait to see this one in GLTC. Cannot wait. Oh, it's gonna be so amazing. Love an event like this that you can get a bunch of drivers out having a good time, working on their skills, sorting cars out earlier in the season for many drifters here. So good high chill, low stress vibes. Love it. Hybrid racing car there on the stream. Charlie Insulin, beautiful cowboy hat. Scrutineering, tech inspecting all weekend. Our lead scrutineer. Beautiful panning shot there. Hey, it's Hunter. There we go. ASM crew, probably staging up, getting ready to pull out into the grid. 1 hour to grid up 50 cars, 55 cars. We'll see how many exploded. Hopefully we start more than 50. We'll see. I know we did have a few pieces of attrition in GLTC land, but Scott Robertson, 1 lap of America car. He just completed that with Becky Burton. P3 in class. Great weekend at the racetrack. So good. And Polish sausage. What's not to love? Cool. And we'll sign off for the lunch break. Appreciate everybody tuning in. And GLTC coming up in roughly 1 hour. GridLife Live Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. And BC Racing, the official suspension of GridLife Drift. Highly engineered custom coilovers that put you in control of every driving condition.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30 that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. but Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little...
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some...
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting... Yeah, dun, da, da. The wedding. She's getting married, so...
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TT-RS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30, that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
We still on this weekend for a little...
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some...
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting... the wedding. She's getting married, so...
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TT-RS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro pickup center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30 that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little...
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some...
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting... the wedding. She's getting married, so...
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TTRS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenas RT660.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30 that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Lake Michigan coastline is a popular summer vacation spot. Beaches, lakeside towns, a perfect place to have a quiet afternoon. But in South Haven, just a few miles inland, there's a vacation spot that sparks to life with rumbles and roars. It's no sandy beach. It certainly isn't quiet, but there's thousands of people here to watch the greatest spectacle in grassroots racing. The field is the size of Le Mans, stacked with winners and champions from nearly every road racing organization in North America. For those searching for the most intense competition, for those looking for the best sprint racing and grassroots competition, look no farther than GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Spring Kickoff Race 1. 54 cars line up for a 15-minute race, and it all begins now. Welcome to GRIDLIFE Live. My name's Kyle Heyer, joining you on a beautiful sunny summer afternoon here at South Haven, Michigan's GingerMan Raceway, and we're here in the FCP Euro Race HQ getting ready to kick off what is going to be a fantastic afternoon of racing. 2 races here on Saturday, 2 on Sunday, a 54-car grid, the largest that GRIDLIFE has ever seen for GLTC, and this is also the most competitive grid that we've ever had. We had about 40 cars within 5 seconds in qualifying, which is about as close as we've ever seen the entire field. We've got the field lined up on the grid right now. We had an awesome fan walk a little bit earlier in the day. But the previous session to this was actually a drift session, so the track is going to be a little bit dirty. It's going to have some rubber all over the place, so it's going to be a little bit interesting on those first couple laps to see what the grip level is like for these 54 drivers and teams. Some new rookies here this weekend. I know one of them isn't going to make it to the grid here with some car trouble. We have a handful of new drivers. Robert Vierhau in the Nissan 350Z, Benjamin Morawski in a Mini Cooper S for FCP Euro, Gary Wimble in a Duratec swapped Mazda Miata, David Rudzinski in an Acura Integra, Andrew Gartsky in an Acura Integra, and Derek King in a 350Z. All new drivers competing here this weekend. A few others have had some experience just a couple weeks ago at Blackhawk Farms Raceway for our track day picnic event. Taylor Gajewski in a spec Miata. She'll be starting in the red and black Ultima Raceworks car. This will only be her second event ever, as well as Matan Rosenberg. This is only his second event ever. He will start in 28th. So a lot of new, fresh faces on the grid and a whole lot of familiar faces on the grid as well. Our pole sitter for this event is actually going to be Jeremy Swenson, who was a recent winner from NCM Motorsports Park and Grand Circuit about a month and a half ago. Emil Tab will roll off alongside him. Brian Heidkotter makes his return in the Chris Forsberg Racing Nissan 370Z Nismo, and Tom O'Gorman will share that second row. O'Gorman is our most recent race winner from Grand Circuit back in April. Aaron Lichty, runner-up in last year's championship, will roll off in 5th. Ryan Upham in 6th. Andy Smedgard won Grand Circuit, won 2 of the 4 races there in Kentucky last month. He will start 7th alongside Luke McGrew, our current points leader. Now, just to give you a little bit of an idea of where the points are coming into this weekend. Again, we do track season-long points, and so far, it's Luke McGrew at the top of the standings with 60 points at NOLA, 57 at COTA, 59 at NCM, and he leads with 176 points, a 19-point lead over Aaron Lichty, who missed the round at NOLA last November, which was our first 2021 season round, but he has won 3 races so far this season, the most of any driver on the grid. Last year's champion Eric Catil is 3rd in the standings, and he had some troubles back at NOLA and also some issues at COTA, but at NCM he found his way back towards the top of the board and had 62 points there, so he sits 3rd in the standings, 36 back from McGrew and a handful back from Aaron Lichty. Todd Cayley in the number 161. He's 5th in the standings. He told me that if he ran well at NCM, he would come to spring kickoff, and indeed he has. He's in the middle of K-swapping his normal number 161 Honda S2000, but he borrowed one from a friend, and he is here to compete this weekend. Unfortunately, in qualifying, he discovered that there had been an issue with the restrictor of a car that he was borrowing from his friend, and he ended up being overpowered and underweight. So he self-reported that, and with the integrity that Todd Cayley has, he'll be starting from the tail, and it'll be real fun to watch him drive through this 54-car grid. So Todd Cayley, great guy, and the car is going to be easy to spot. It's bright yellow. It's got that highlighter yellow coloring on it. Real easy to see from a distance, so he'll start all the way towards the tail of the field. For those that are unfamiliar with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, again, this is a wheel-to-wheel, single-class racing format. Sprint racing, 4 rounds over the course of the weekend, 15-minute races. Everyone races together, and the goal here is to have fun and not run into your buddies, and we've done an amazing job of that. So this is, again, the largest grid that we've seen here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And again, I mentioned we're at GingerMan Raceway. Let's have a look at our track map here for today. 2.21 miles here at GingerMan Raceway, built in 1995, open in 1996. 11 corners. It all starts with a run down towards turn 1. A little bit of a hump over the front straightaway where that start-finish line is. Just slightly downhill into turn 1. This track is fairly flat. Down to about 3rd gear for turn 1, then maybe to 2nd in some of the taller geared cars for turn 2. A short sprint up to turn 3. Sharp right-hander there. Then a kink through turn 4 into the double apex 5 and 6. This is one of the trickier sections to get downshifted properly. Then a sprint uphill slightly to turn number 7. Carry that speed all the way through 7, 8, and 9. And then slam on the binders down into turn 10B, the newer addition to this racetrack, added only a handful of years ago. Then the 1,700-foot long back straightaway section here, climbing the hill. It's a blind crest up over that kink right at the exit of 10, all the way down to perhaps your best passing opportunity at turn number 11, and that will take you back to the front straightaway here at GingerMan Raceway. A lot of drivers look at this place as a track that's fairly inconsequential. There's not a lot of things to hit here, which is a pleasant reason to kind of go for gold here this weekend. If you step out of the bounds, you're not going to hit anything. You're not going to get off into some paved runoff. A lot of grass here, a lot of room for error, and you can see there running the full course configuration, 2.21 miles, that longest straight, 1,700 feet. Here's a look at the weather. 85 degrees Fahrenheit in the air. It is a very pleasant day, but on the racetrack, 103 degrees Fahrenheit, and of course that's a sampled area. It could be hotter or cooler in certain areas of the racetrack depending on how much rubber is laid down, and considering that we're following a drift session, there might be a lot of rubber down on the racetrack. So that's a little bit of our pre-race. We're going to have the field rolling off here in just a moment's time. We're going to start rolling through the starting lineup now, and there are 27 rows of cars, and I'd like to get through all of them. So I'm going to begin with that right now. On row number 1 for spring kickoff here for race number 1, it's going to be Jeremy Swenson in the number 30. That's a bright purple C5 Corvette. He'll start right alongside the number 14 of Emil Tab in a winning Formula Mazda Miata. Brian Heitkotter in the Chris Forsberg Racing, number 005, starts in row number 2, alongside our most recent winner and past IMSA race winner, Tom O'Gorman. Row 3, Aaron Lichty in another winning Formula K-swapped Miata. Ryan Upham makes his return to GLTC action in the number 13 in 6th. Andy Smedgard for ASM starts in 7th in the number 212, and Luke McGrew lines up alongside him as the points leader in 8th. Joel Morrison, great qualifying effort for him. He starts 9th alongside Jeremy Boysen in the number 99 Acura RSX in 10th. Jake Price in the number 202 Mazda Miata, and Justin Lee in the Miata Hubs number 33 Mazda Miata. He will start in 12th. Eric Catil, last year's season champion, rolls off alongside his friend and buddy, DJ Alessandrini, making his first start of the season. His last time out at Road America, he ended up breaking a transmission, so this is his first time back on the racetrack since October. DJ has 1 race win under his belt back at Mid-Ohio from last year, and DJ is also on a new tire this weekend. Most of the field is on either the Falken RT660, the Yokohama street tire, that's what I believe Jeremy Swenson is on, or they are on the Hoosier Racing Slick. But DJ Alessandrini is trying the brand new Goodyear racing slick, so we'll see how he does in that number 61 Honda Civic. Behind him, in row number 8, Jake Jorenstad in the number 23 Myriad Motorsports car. Louis Chatroop starts in 16th in the number 26. Eric Jensen in the number 184. That is a V8 LS-powered Scion FRS. He starts in 17th alongside Kerry James in the 44, whose car suffered some damage back at Track Day Picnic a few weeks ago. That car has been repaired. Scott Bowling in the number 722. He is back after some contact at NCM. Broke the transmission in that Porsche Cayman, so he's ready to rip again alongside Eric Meadows in the number 3. Zachary Lovoy in the number 42 starts 21st. Ron Solomon for ASM starts 22nd in the 777. Felipe Gonzalez in the number 12 for Myriad Motorsports starts 23rd. Patrick Reyes in the number 168 starts 24th. Wes Penn in the number 113 starts 25th. Matan Rosenberg, the 17-year-old, this is only his second event. He'll roll off in 26th. Ben Dozman was looking for an ECU, so I hope he made it out to the racetrack. Otherwise, he will not be starting this race. He was going to start 27th. Ben Harisco for Ultimate Raceworks starts in 28th. Scott Robertson in 29th. Derek King 30th. Then Tiffany Kelly in the number 68. That is a J-powered V6 Honda S2000. That's a new build for this weekend. John Yu in the number 32, in the 32nd spot in the number 200. Matt Koval, Stephen Cox, Colton Wade, Brad Kosaiba, Ben Marowski for FCP Euro starts in 37th. Gary Wimble, Tom Lamb, Robert Virhu, Andrew Wirt, Chris Murray, Juan Marchand are all the way through 43rd. We've still got 10 more cars to get through. How about that? Clayton Fitzpatrick starts 44th. David Rudzinski, Seth Gale, Andrew Gartsky, Max Lupfer, Jeremy Myers, Will Leahy, Dusty Michael, Michael Kritikos, Max Toyer, Taylor Gajewski, and Todd Cayley wrap up the 55 cars that we've got on the grid for today. We've got one more pace lap to do before we turn them loose for just about 15 minutes here for GridLife Touring Cup. And again, if you want to learn more about this series, you can go to grid.life/GLTC to learn about the points and how you can join. The rule set here, again, is essentially a time attack styled rule set. We've seen a lot of drivers really tune into the building portion of this series. Again, as a multi-make series, you can essentially run what you brung. Power to weight class, 12.5 pounds per horsepower is essentially what everyone's shooting for, and modifiers for aero and things of the sort. So you end up getting a really diverse field. We've seen minivans race here. We've seen Miatas and V6 powered S2000s. And how about our pace car, the Ultimaniac for the Valvoline boys and Chris Forsberg Racing, bringing that car out here. That is a 1,400 horsepower car. Now, given the class that we've got here in GLTC, that I got to do some quick math here. But the average GLTC car makes just about 200 horsepower. So the Ultimaniac on its own is essentially 7 GLTC cars worth of power as the pace car. So this is one of those moments where the pace car could probably actually win this race, but it's going to have to peel off and turn them all loose for 15 minutes. So Jeremy Swenson, the story for the number 30 car out front in the C5 Corvette. That car tends to fire off very, very quickly and then burn up those rear tires and fall back into the clutches of the drivers who are on the slick racing tires a little bit later in the race. So Swenson might fire out real fast in that Corvette, but it doesn't mean that he's going to stay there. So his best the best thing he can do is try to establish as big of a lead as possible so that he will get run down less quickly. But it is inevitable that he will fall back into the clutches of somebody before the race is over. Emil Tab in the number 14, again a winning formula car. That is an NA K-swapped Miata, and it is not a slouch in a straight line by any stretch. So he should be able to keep up with Swenson pretty well regardless. Brian Heitkotter again in the Chris Forsberg Racing Nissan 370Z. This car is run back at Circuit of the Americas a couple months ago in February. That was our second round for the 2021 season. And he will start in third. And Tom O'Gorman again, what a story that was back at NCM a couple months ago to win his first ever GLTC race. All the trials and tribulations that Tom has had. Tom began his racing career crowdfunding Pirelli World Challenge TCA and TCB effort. He ended up then winning 2 championships in Pirelli World Challenge, moving on to IMSA, where he won 4 races, one at Daytona, one at Road Atlanta, one at Sebring, and one at VIR. And of course, Just like the story of so many professional drivers, that story ended not due to talent, but due to funding issues. And Tom is now building his own race car with the help of Andy Smedgard Motorsports, as well as Heel Toe. And they have got this car prepped and ready to rip. It's on Hoosier Racing Slicks, and we're ready to go racing here for GridLife Touring Cup. The largest field we have ever seen, 55 cars, 28 rows deep. Swenson in a Corvette. Emil Tab in a Mazda Miata. Green flag flies, the front straightaway full of race cars, and we're racing at GridLife Spring Kickoff. 3 wide down the inside is Andy Smedgard towards the first corner. Brian Heitkotter up to set. Tab, he got off at the exit of turn 1, kicked some dust clouds up. O'Gorman to the inside of Heitkotter. That's for second place as they come up out of turn 2. Now it's a drag race, 370Z versus S2000. Heitkotter's going to win that drag race for now. O'Gorman closes in the braking zone. Right behind is Ryan Upham in the number 13. That car's mighty quick as well. There's the winning Formula teammates, but Andy Smedgard in the ASM car, he drops a tire off at the exit of turn 3. Now runs down to turn 4. That's the kink there. But Heitkotter holds second. Look at this mess behind. There's 2 wide, about 8 rows deep, and we're 3 corners into the race already. There's Stephen Cox in the number 117. That's also a C5 Corvette, then full of times, including last year at Midwest last fall. There's DJ Alessandrini, the big white car in the center of your screen. That's a 2006 Civic Si. Again, on those experimental Goodyear racing slicks. A lot to learn for DJ and the field to see if those are a tire. Racing slicks. A lot to learn for DJ and the field to see if those are a tire that will be competitive in this series. But so far, so good. Right behind Jake Price and Joel Morrison as we sweep through turn number 9. Late apex here, but out front, Jeremy Swenson has set sail. This is the story we've seen with Swenson's car as it lights off and drives away, but he will fall back into the clutches of drivers later in this race when those street tires begin to overheat with that 3,200-pound car. There's Ryan Upham and Emil Tab, who dropped out of the front row immediately in turn 1, overcooked it. Emil Tab put ABS in this car for COTA a couple months ago. Might still be learning the limits of that ABS. Certainly quick, but maybe prone to mistakes at this point. Across the line for lap 1, Swenson, a 1:43.27. That's an incredible lap time considering the slow rolling start. And for second place, it's still Heitkotter and O'Gorman battling for that spot. Upham, Tab, Lichty, and that is Andy Smedgard behind, who won 2 races back at NCM Motorsports Park back in April. Through turn 3 now again, and there's Ryan Upham again, so close to victory at Road America last year. Lost a drag race going up the hill in turn 14 to Aaron Lichty, I believe, or it might have actually been Emil Tab that won that race. But it was awful close. And Upham still, I believe, see a bit of a bobble there. He's real slow. Emil Tab crosses over, goes down the inside, and that was a mistake that's going to cost Upham a spot. And we look a little bit deeper in the field here. Here's Jake Price and DJ Alessandrini right behind in tow. But there is a big blockage behind. I believe that is Jeremy Boysen in the 99 RSX. There's a bit of a stack up back there. There's Eric Catil in the hybrid racing, EG. They've been helping him out a lot. A brand new livery for Eric Catil this weekend. It is a sharp-looking race car, but still has some work to do to get the reliability in that car that he needs to be ultra competitive. Still working his way up into the top 10 here in the early stages of this race. There's Tab. I thought, so Tab got back by Upham, and now they're falling into the clutches of Andy Smedgard. Also Aaron Lichty back there a little bit. And we have not seen the pace out of Lichty that we might have expected to see, given Lichty's runner-up in the championship last year. He is still the winningest driver in GLTC. But and he has outscored everybody every round that he's been in this year. But he's been doing it a lot more subtly this year. He has not been out winning races left and right. He has won 3 races, which is a quarter of the races that we've run so far. But that's still less than we would expect for Lichty at this point in the season. The competition level has just come up so high. As see Upham going a little bit defensive there on Andy Smedgard towards turn number 3. So also keep in mind that the way we grid race number 2 is set by your best lap time from race number 1. So if you can find some clear racetrack, I would just run a fast lap and get yourself gridded up better for race number 2, especially if you're buried in the pack and you don't have any way to advance up towards the top 10 or even into a points-paying position. This is a great opportunity to get some clear racetrack, run the quickest lap you can, and grid yourself well for race 2 and set yourself up. Already noticing that Swenson seems to look like he's coming back into the clutches just a little bit of Heitkotter and O'Gorman. So we're going to keep an eye on that purple number 30. Again, drove away in the first lap or two. But with the hot temperatures today and big street tires in the back, they will likely overheat within a couple of laps. Look at this. There's Louis Chatroop and DJ Alessandrini, who got by, I believe, or Jake Price has actually driven away from Alessandrini. But down the inside through turn number 10B. And climbing up out of the hole towards turn number 11. Battle up the road. You see on the bottom right of your screen, that's Jeremy Boysen and the S2000 of Joel Morrison for 9 Lives Racing. And there, it's Kerry James in the number 44 that is had gotten by Alessandrini in 10B. So Alessandrini on those Goodyear tires, we've seen DJ win races before back at Mid-Ohio. He was on Hoosiers then. And again, trying this Goodyear tire to see if it's viable. I have not seen anything this weekend that would tell me that that tire is any better or worse than any other tire in the field. So I think this is an experiment that a lot of drivers are looking at to see if there's something to learn here. And I think for DJ, you see a little bit of a rear slide there through turn number 2. I would be interested to see if he jumps onto Hoosiers later in the weekend just to see if that makes any difference on where he runs. But so far, just outside of the top 10 for Alessandrini. Right behind him is Eric Jensen. That's that black and red FRS that has an LS in it. It's a big V8 powered FRS. Again, no torque dip in that like there is in the stock motors, that's for sure. There's Tiffany Kelly in the J-swapped S2000, a V6 powered car now. And what I've seen is this field is actually strung out pretty effectively. We're not seeing the multiple side-by-side battles that I think we would have expected with the field this big. But again, as we get throughout the weekend, I think we're going to see more and more of that as the comfort level rises. But again, how amazing is it that we have 55 cars on this racetrack, and the closest thing we've had to an incident is one driver going off track and kicking up a dust cloud. That's pretty phenomenal. Have a look at the left side of your screen. You see those times. Swenson's last lap, a 1:39.040. Heitkotter, a 1:38.967, and a 1:39.023 for O'Gorman. So both second and third were faster than the race leader last time by. There's Andy Smedgard closing in on Ryan Upham. That would be for 5th spot. And he's building a run here up on the front straight, staying tucked in line for the slipstream. Popping out for turn number 1, but thinks better of it, now back in line. Down the inside for turn number 2, Smedgard gets some overlap there. Upham leaves him some space. But again, that M3 is so good in a straight line. I've also heard that these BMWs are really good on the brakes as well, but Smedgard closes in and continues to hound the back of that red BMW M3 for that 5th spot. Up front, you see, look at this. Battle for the lead is heating up, but Swenson is coming back towards Brian Heitkotter in the Chris Forsberg Racing number 5. That 370Z is moving forward, and it's also interesting to see the larger displacement cars. There was, for a while, it looked like GLTC was sort of set up so that the 4-cylinder cars would really have the advantage because of their lightness, but we've seen with some minor rule adjustments that the larger displacement cars are really finding and falling into their own. With Swenson in a V8, Heitkotter in a V6, O'Gorman is the highest represented 4-cylinder. That car newly K-swapped at the Andy Smedgard Motorsports shop in Wisconsin, and he again has found a lot of success with that car in that format already with only a couple races under its belt. Look at this stack up here. There's Ben Maruski in the, I believe that is the Mini Cooper S that is trying to sneak down the inside of turn number 4, but no dice, couldn't get the job done there. About halfway through this race, and Smedgard again closing in the brakes, but nowhere to go, can't get the overlap. He's better on the brakes, better through the corners, but not better on the straights, and that's where that M3 is really advantageous. And again, looking at the lap times, a half a second quicker for Heitkotter than Swenson. So that lead battle is going to get real hot, real fast. And I just don't think Swenson can hang on unless he gets incredibly defensive. It's hard to make passes here. We're seeing that right now with these two, but those two being the 13 of Upham and the 212 of Smedgard. But even with the difficulty of passing, Swenson's falling off a lot quicker than I thought he would. But that goes back to that track temperature being over 100 degrees. Look at Smedgard using every inch of racetrack up onto the rumbles at the exit of turn 3 now as we go back to the front. Those top 3 drivers all within about 10 car lengths of each other. Tricky turn 5 and 6. This is really challenging, especially for those whose gears sort of fall between. S2000s specifically have a kind of a weird in-between gear between 5th and 4th or maybe it's fourth and third up there, but it's challenging for sure. There's Taylor Gajewski going a lap down in a Spec Miata. That car has about 89 horsepower. She's doing a great job. This is only her second weekend in GLTC. Stays online, lets the others go around her. But again, the front three have broken away. Swenson, Heitkotter, and O'Gorman now out front. And as the weekend goes on, our last race of the weekend on Sunday will feature a random invert. With a field this size, it could be up to 15 to 20 cars that will be inverted. So Swenson will not get to ride out the entire weekend up front. Even if he wins the first 3 races, he is not going to be in the front for all 4 races, at least to start. Will Leahy getting the blue flag with the leaders approaching. Lap traffic we knew was going to be a factor. And as Swenson goes by down the inside, it looks like it's going to be relatively light lap traffic for now. But if they catch a big pack, that could also throw a wrench into things. As Heitkotter slows up just a little bit, the fastest car of the front 3 last time by, the fastest car on the racetrack was O'Gorman in 3rd. So that yellow S2000 with the heel toe stickers on the side, that car coming forward as well. Off into turns 5 and 6 again. And I think what O'Gorman might be waiting for is Heitkotter to catch Swenson. If those two begin to battle, that will be very easy for O'Gorman to finish off catching Heitkotter and Swenson. Once they start running side by side, you will absolutely lose seconds a lap running door to door here. And we're about to see that, I think, with Heitkotter closing in. You can smell the blood in the water now through 7, 8, and 9, carrying all that speed through the left-hander. And on the run down to turn 10. Now, again, the V8 power that Swenson has, that flat torque curve, as I just see Ben Morowski pulling back into the garage area, the paddock with some smoke out the tailpipes. That's not a good sign for the FCP Euro team. Meanwhile, in the background, there is a whole bunch of cars fighting behind DJ Alessandrini. I think, is that Luke McGrew? No, that's Eric Jensen right behind. And then it's Jake Price, and I believe that is Jake Jorenstad, as well as Justin Lee having a bit of a scrap back here. That is for about 15th or 16th spot here off into turn 10B. Jorenstad, again, part of the Myriad Motorsports camp, and they have got some really beautiful liveries on those cars. That sort of turquoise, that kind of seafoam metallic green color is really, really good looking. But Jake Price dropping into the clutches of Justin Lee with Miata hubs. And for those that track Miatas, if you know, got to make sure that your hubs are sufficient for the task at hand. And Justin Lee owns and operates Miata hubs with a couple business partners, and they sell those parts, and that's what they run on these race cars. So right now, Justin Lee a little bit ahead of one of his teammates, Eric Meadows, who's a little bit back and behind. There's Jorenstad again working through turn number 2. And again, waiting for that front battle to heat up even further, because Heitkotter at a 1:38.899, we're basically qualifying pace is what we're doing. But again, O'Gorman's still quicker. So the slowest of the front 3 is our leader. The fastest of the front 3 is the driver in 3rd. And you see how spread out the field is now. The lap traffic is going to continue to flow and continue to make this field tighter and tighter. We could expect a white flag at any moment now 13 minutes into this race. So for those up front, the time to make your move is now. You don't have any time to wait. No time to plan your move. Here we go, and as we expected, Jeremy Swenson running defensive to keep Heitkotter behind him on the back straightaway. This is heading towards turn number 11. Brian Heitkotter looks a lot better now. They were struggling with ABS on this car for the first couple test sessions of the weekend. There's O'Gorman a little bit behind. He's dropped off the pace just a little bit this lap, but across the line now, I don't see a white flag in the air, so we'll get at least 2 more laps, but Heitkotter is closing in. White flag is actually out for this. So this will be our final lap here, and Heitkotter goes a little wide on the entrance to turn number 2. Now comes back across the racetrack to kind of over-under at the exit. Now a sprint race down to turn number 3. Heitkotter closing in. He has never won a race in GLTC. Swenson is a recent race winner back at NCM. He runs wide in turn 3. Big slide for Swenson at the exit of turn 3. Now side by side for the race lead here at GingerMan Raceway. Door to door, just a little bit of overlap here, just a fender for Heitkotter. Can he stay alongside through both left-handers in 5 and 6? That's a tall ask, but Swenson offline and out of control, struggling to keep the heat out of those tires, but he hangs on for now. Now it's the run up to turn number 7. where they're going to disappear just under the grass. Now back on the drone shot here. Highcutter all over the back of Swenson for the top spot here, carrying the speed through turn number 7. There's lap traffic ahead. We'll see if it's going to be a factor, but there's 2 really good passing zones left into turn 10B and into turn 11, and Highcutter knows that he is running out of time. Does he have overlap? Swenson defensive again. Highcutter lunges onto the brakes around the outside through turn 10B. Can he get the drag race here? Get back on the power. The V6 versus the V8. Nissan versus Chevrolet Corvette. Up the back straightaway again. Highcutter is close, but not close enough. One long run down towards turn number 11 again, and you see the V8 again pulling on Highcutter deep on the brakes into turn number 11. Final corner, coming back to what I assume is going to be the checkered flag this time through. Back to the checkers, and it's going to be Jeremy Swenson that comes across the line ahead of Brian Highcutter. What a battle between those two. Swenson, Highcutter, and Tom O'Gorman, your podium for race number 1. That is phenomenal. Emil Tab 4th, Andy Smedgard in 5th. But up front, Highcutter got to Swenson, but couldn't get past him. Swenson driving a defensive line, as he should. But that left Highcutter no real opportunities to get around. But winning margin only a couple tenths of a second. O'Gorman back in 3rd. He'll be happy with that. A podium, not a bad result. Rest of the field coming across the line now. Upham again, I mentioned, in 6th. And Lichty, Morrison, Catil, McGrew, Chatroop, Kerry James, Alessandrini, Jensen, Jornstad, Lee, and Meadows and Price. The rest of your top 20. Race 1 complete here for GridLife Touring Cup at GingerMan Raceway, and some surprises and some not surprises. Eric Catil in the 82 car with that hybrid racing EG. Again, still working out some gremlins in that car. I see one car off in the gravel trap. Was that Jake Jornstad that might have gone off? One of the myriad cars could have been Jornstad or that of trying to remember the name of the other driver. I'm blanking on it right at this moment. But Swenson again holding on for victory, and this is similar to what we saw at NCM. We'll see if he can repeat that same magic as some of the rest of the field comes across the line. Now still a handful of drivers remaining. But Highcutter and O'Gorman 2nd and 3rd, Tab, Smedgard. So no real surprises other than Catil and Lichty both outside of the top 5, really not showing the pace that we would have expected. And again, this is just goes to show how strong the field is in comparison to where it was a year ago, where it seemed like Lichty and Catil would just trade wins back and forth all day long. No longer. It's a real challenge to win in GridLife Touring Cup. The competition level is so high, and it's about as equal as it's going to get in grassroots racing. Pretty phenomenal racing, but that's going to do it for the first race here of the weekend. Our second race will be a little bit later today, and tentative schedule. We'll have that race just around 6:20 to 6:30. You see it scheduled at 6:20. So we got track battle coming up next. Time attack action happening right now. Then drift at 2:50. We'll put the stream down for a couple hours. We'll be back up at 5:20 for track battle, and back again for GLTC Race 2 at 6:20 this afternoon. And again, GridLife Touring Cup is brought to you by our amazing sponsors, and we'll bring those to you.
GridLife Live GLTC is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. Hawk Brakes, race proven, street legal. Valvoline VR1 is available at Advanced Auto Parts stores.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30 that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live. I'm Abe Schmucker here with my co-host Adam Nielsen here for Track Battle Group A.
Back at it again.
So sun is out. It's hot outside. These cars are probably not going to go faster, but we may be surprised.
Yeah. Well, they didn't really get a full session first run group of the morning after the oil down. And so hopefully.
Yeah, we just completed GLTC race number 1, and cars seem to look composed and decently quick on track.
Times were comparable with other runs of the weekend.
Absolutely.
Them, so.
And so I think eyes will probably be on Paul Curley to start, who ran quick this morning, but really wanting to see what the true potential is of that car.
A car I don't know that I've seen yet, Super K.
You're right. I haven't noticed that one as well.
I don't know if you've talked to Alex yet or not today.
He's been out, so we'll have to check in with him during the next break and see what the status of his car is. But coming through the order is Paul Curley, Dewey DeWitt, David Calzada, Damian Dabrowski, Evan Weeder, Coons? Is it Mike?
I don't remember.
But as these cars are on their flying lap now, expect in the next 60 seconds or so for cars to come through and see what those fast times are for the first lap.
This exact performance 350Z, I saw them kind of just nut and bolting it earlier today. So the whole car shell, if you will, is carbon fiber now. And I believe it still has a largely factory tub underneath, but they had the back of the car off, and the windshield, from the bottom of the windshield all the way to the rear quarters, is one giant piece, and it just lifts up off the car. And weird, the front end is another separate piece, and they can pull both of those off and reveal everything underneath the car.
That's wild.
It's insane.
You have to wonder, with that amount of carbon work to do, is it like, do they have an autoclave big enough for that, or they just?
Well, I think that's what they do. That's one of the things that Exact Performance does is custom carbon fiber parts.
Awesome.
I don't know if that's hand laid and vacuum sealed, or if they have an autoclave. It's hard to say, but it's gorgeous.
So we've got Paul Curley rolling around with a 133.428. I think off his pace of personal best, and he's pretty self-critical. So I think every time he comes in, he's mad that he messed up XYZ. But David Calzada running 35s, pretty consistent over the last few sessions.
Yeah.
I guess this is the third session of the weekend, and David's been in the 35s the whole time. It still doesn't seem like the track is there.
No, certainly not. Really kind of a bum deal.
Well, I mean, you're out here at the track and you're turning laps and you're having fun, so that's
true.
Maybe we won't see records today. There's a chance tomorrow, but I guess it'll just depend on what the weather is like in the morning.
Track time's still track time, right?
It's true. We got other cars. I know that Alex Arteat could be leading the Street GT class in decently quick 139. I think maybe the lap record there is 36, set by Kobe Shield. But other drivers, Josh Halka running 39. I don't know who else is out. Ben Thorne running a 42. So he's about 3 seconds off of his own personal best here. So
Ben Lynn with a 140. Oh, that's right. He's
right
Club
there.
TR guy. He's right there, right on the cusp.
Well, no, Ben Lynn is in street class in the Evo.
Oh, that's right. I have my Bens switched.
Too many Bens.
There's too many Bens.
You've been wrong before.
Yes. Heyo, you are a dad, aren't you?
So who else is running pretty quickly? Charles Miller is a little bit off pace. I think his personal best is right around 39s.
Mm-hmm.
So probably use this session to kind of get things right and make some adjustments and changes so that if you go out again this evening, you give it a better shot. Awesome drone footage of the Boogeyman. It's a new library for that. It looks excellent.
I really like it. It was cool to see it kind of the rough unfinished car, but I I like it finished out better, I think.
So this car has been running with us for the last couple of years and was absolutely rough. I actually suggested to Dewey that he clean the car up, but wrap it in a way that made it look like it was still rough.
Okay, that's fair. It seems that he took your advice.
But I think the new car looks great. He's running an EJ 207.
Yes, the 2-liter.
Advocate of the 2-liter in a
little bit of a
field of 2.5 Subarus.
Yeah, a different approach to the Subaru formula.
But I think it's had some pretty good success mechanically with those engines, and I think a lot of times Subarus at this power level are temperamental. I think that's just.
Well, I've heard him talk for a while about the reasons he chose the 2-liter, and it seemed that at high RPMs the 2.5 starts to have some issues that the 2-liter does not see, and I know he built that engine to really sing up into the rev range, hoping to find some extra power up there, and it's such a cool build.
Who is car number 99? Let's look that up. Ran a 39.1. I wonder what class that is. Vitus Aronauskis in track modified ran a 39.1, and Nick Kors in street mod in the Civic, the 8th gen, which I think is supercharged.
I don't remember.
It's forced induction, but
Yes.
I think that's a personal best for him as well with a 38.5. Excellent to see that improvement. And I would imagine that Paul Curley should be rolling around here again soon unless he pitted.
His is a car you can easily identify by sound.
Yeah, it's very loud.
It's very distinct.
So got cars kind of rolling through. We're about 7 minutes in, and cars have taken their first shot.
Yeah.
Right. So what's happening here is almost all of Group A is expecting to do their best lap in lap 1 or lap 2.
Right.
It's strategically it makes sense for those folks to regroup, potentially even pit in, maybe take some tire temps or just kind of cool things off a little bit, and then go back out shortly before the checker comes out if they want to take another shot. But you might find that many of these drivers go out and do lap 1 and lap 2 and then just pull in.
Yeah, it's kind of the catch-22 of being the hyper-competitive time attack driver is that a lot of these cars, in search for the best lap times, that you only need one. That's all you're going to let the car do.
Well, and folks like, I really appreciated, at least over the last few years, folks like Luke McGrew, when he was running time attack, would use his predictive data as an indicator for whether or not to continue the lap, right? So he would not continue if he was, let's say, a quarter of a second down on his personal best, if his personal best was already very good.
Right.
With the assumption being, well, you're not going to make it up, so there's no point in continuing to burn the car down.
Right.
Because it's just wear and tear, and you're not going to go faster. So he might regroup and take a couple cool down laps to try again, but was using the data as a tool to decide and make decisions in the car.
So it looks like Paul Curley must have taken a cool down or something, running a 150s range. Certainly not a fast time for him.
Let's see, Damien in the exact performance ran a 136.9. That's a decently quick time. I think that car is a relatively stock output 370.
Yeah, I think maybe mild bolt-on. I think it's a 350.
Okay.
So mild bolt-on VQ. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that car's in the high 2 or low 300 horsepower range from what I've seen.
So decently quick.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic performance really kind of showing through there.
Corner speeds. It's all about corner speeds for him.
But if you see on screen, we've got kind of YouTube star.
Absolutely.
Regular at GridLife. That's Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline, who has been covering the GridLife series for some time, but also in the last couple of years became a competitor within our TrackBattle series, and converted that car from street class last year, where it was a little bit of an underdog, into Club TR spec here, and has been having a lot more fun with it as that car sits. And the challenge is just trying to get the most performance out of that car in that spec.
Sitting P1 in class, so he's doing well.
That's pretty good. I wonder if Jimmy Diggs is struggling with temperatures at a track like this, where he's not getting enough power out of that turbo car.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Certainly not replicating the performance we saw from him at NCM.
Absolutely not. And speaking of that, actually, Josh Hulk has been a little bit off the pace this weekend as well. I know that he posted up in Track Midwest looking for a larger catch can because what he was using was not sufficient for this weekend.
That's never a good sign.
But lots of cars running in the low 140s here, and a few in the 130s as well. So look for those times to improve a little bit, but maybe not today.
We need some cloud cover or something.
That would help. Like yesterday, we got really lucky. It was warm, but for most of the day, it was cloudy.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad.
Other folks that are running pretty well, PhD Racing. Oh, that's Alex Lee in the 911 GT3, which is a very pretty car. Ran a 140.8.
I haven't seen them with that yet.
Due to its best time so far is a 42, so off pace, and a few other folks have yet to set times, but overall, 24 cars in this session putting down times, and a few improvements, but not so many, as this is a 2 o'clock in the summer session. Low expectations for what you're going to get.
Yeah.
So during the last part of the Time Attack broadcast, we were talking a little bit about cars that you would pick to run in each of these classes, and I think we made it up into Street Mod. I don't know if you said what car you would build.
Street Mod's hard because the rules are more open, so there's more cars that I think can fit into the puzzle.
Sure.
And so then that starts to become more not what necessarily I think is the most competitive platform so much as my personal favorite.
Sure.
So I don't know what I would do. Part of me wants to say like a Corvette, but I wonder with the tire limitation rules and the weight of the car if that's really a good formula. No, there have been a few guys that have tried. They've been close to being quite successful, but no one's really made it there yet,
I'm thinking like a current generation Porsche Cayman S. The 4-cylinder that's turbocharged might be a good place to start.
That are in there that I think no one's really tried.
Because, you still want something that's relatively light. Mm-hmm. There's no shortage of cars that are available. You need something that's light, and you need something that can make a little bit of, a lot of power relatively reliably.
Right.
And so, this class used to be dominated by Subarus and Evos, but I don't know, just because those were the most common, I don't necessarily know that those are the best.
I just think that those are popular cars within the group of people that GRIDLIFE has attracted.
It's true.
So that was why they were there.
I myself had competed in a Time Attack Evo
and won the class for the season
with times that were consistent with today, which we are saying is very slow.
Yeah.
It's a whole different animal than it was back then, but now I think you want as light as you can get with as much horsepower as you can make reliably. That sounds obvious, but you got to be really particular about it.
Yeah. The difficult part is a lot of times these really lightweight cars tend to be the smaller ones that don't fit the tire as well.
Sure, that's true too.
So then it becomes difficult to find a car that's light while still giving you the flexibility to stuff the tire you need underneath it.
On top of that, lightweight also means sometimes light duty. And so there is something to be said about how a Corvette, by comparison, is constructed, where the components themselves are sturdy.
Right.
And we see in even the upper echelon of the unlimited Time Attack where competitors are, having engine outputs that are 3 to 4 times the factory rating,
or more.
or more, and the all of the driveline has to be changed, the axles, the transmission, the gears, all of that stuff. Whereas if you started with heavier duty components as a base, maybe there are fewer things in that regard that you have to change.
Honestly, at the level of power that Street Mod allows, there's not very many cars that are just going to take it out of the box.
I don't think so.
Like even Corvettes, the axles are probably good, but the transmissions over time start to kind of weaken. And like, if you're going to rebuild the trans, you're not going to just put it back in there as a stock part. You're going to beef it up.
Well,
a
and
little
I
bit.
think there is something to be said about the car that Jackie has chosen to compete with, because it seems to be a straightforward and reliable build with some really well-designed aero performance in that. I'm sure that's helping, but like from the power plant and the driveline perspective, this car's not that crazy.
Not yet, no. But
Well,
neither is Super K. The engine.
Sure.
Just, I mean, it's a junkyard pull-out.
I think it's about an $800
K24.
engine in Super K.
There's a parts reseller who has a booth over here that has one sitting in the booth if you needed it.
Well, if they need an engine, maybe they should just go get one. We'll have to check with Alex to see what the status of him and his car is, because kind of expected him to be the leader for this event, but without seeing him very much, it's, it could be a toss-up between whether or not, Dewey just by being present is going to be fast enough to take the win in Street Mod this weekend.
That was the car I came to see this weekend.
Dewey's car.
Super K.
Super K. I rode in it at Blackhawk.
Yeah.
And there are a few high-speed, like aero type corners, and it's an experience.
Do you know offhand how radically different that car is set up from one lap spec to time attack spec? Do they?
There are some changes. The splitter is different. They have like a less radical splitter for one lap.
Right. For road duty.
And then other than that, I think they just, for one lap spec, in order to make sure that they finish the weekend or the week, they just had the power turned down. So I think in time attack spec, the car makes a little bit more than 500 in the full crazy mode.
Okay.
But during one lap, they were running consistently about 425.
I've heard the lap they may have put down at this track at one lap that week. I've heard rumors of times.
Well, I mean, if you have a stopwatch, you can watch the video that he posted and time the laps.
That's fair too.
It was Andy's impression that the car has the potential, as it sits, to do a 29 if everything is perfect and all the driver bits come together just right.
Was it Andy or Alex in the car?
It was Andy driving.
Okay. Not that Alex is a slouch.
He's not.
He's a very, very talented driver himself. So there's that G-body we were talking about earlier. I don't know, Cutlass.
I mean, that looks pretty okay to me.
I think it's fantastic.
So we got some campers out, a little bit of a breeze going over the tree here with the drone. This guy is nuts. But watching these things buzz around the track here in person, they are so unbelievably fast, and the way that they change direction is just out of control.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So we've got Checker on time attack A with B gridding up and getting ready to go out. These drivers, again, should be focusing on going and reviewing data between sessions and working on improving and picking up the time that they're leaving on the table. I think we need the drone pilot to just get a little crazy and try and fly between the windows while the...
Let's not tempt him. I can't imagine those are cheap.
I bet not. But it's funny when you look at them, though. They're like, they're 4 rotors and like a circuit board and a big battery and a camera. Like,
yeah,
it's not a commercial thing. It's just this highly functional contraption.
Yeah.
Seems like sitting on the car. It would be hot up there. I'm not
so
sitting
hot.
up there. No way.
I don't know that. Yeah, that sounds terrible.
I don't want any part of that.
Get a lawn chair.
Again, this is Volkswagens, S2000s, Subarus, Evos.
Subaru Forester. I kind of checked this car out in the pit or the paddock when we got here Thursday night. What a strange little car.
Yeah, is it an STI swap?
It was not open, so I don't know. Like, I didn't get to see under the hood or anything like that, but it's hilarious.
Yeah.
There was one local to me that ran autocross for a few years, and it seems that all like the STI bits basically will bolt right up into it. You know, they're very much Legos, if you will.
Yeah.
And he was fast with it. He fought a lot of oversteer issues with that car because of all the glass weight up high.
Oh, sure.
Especially in the back. So I don't know how its on-track characteristics would be. That was an autocross car.
But you probably appreciate the utility of it. It's both sporty and full of utility.
Well, I just love that it's different.
Yeah.
You know.
Many of these drivers, especially in Group A, you know, coming to the track with all of the equipment and supplies and things that they need. I remember when I was competing, bringing 50 gallons of E85 to the track was not unusual.
Yeah. That's got to be hard.
It's a logistical annoyance.
We have a lot of it in our trailer, but it's in our trailer. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
But putting it, you know, when you're not towing, and the rate at which an E85 car consumes fuel on track is incredible.
Yeah, it's alarming. So, like, you know, a time attack session, you might use 5 or 6 gallons.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Especially considering you might have 2 or 3 flyers.
Yeah. But on power, I mean, the car felt great.
I'm sure it did. That RX-8 just moving through the field. What an insane and strange machine.
And Dallas actually has 2 cars that he typically brings. I've seen the other one here as well, which has the front-mounted wing. The fwing.
The fwing, if you will.
Very strange. So you'll see that the wagon-type cars have wings that can be mounted higher than a conventional coupe-type car.
Yes.
Where in a hatchback type or wagon variety, you're allowed to mount the wing 4 inches higher than the roofline. When you compare it to like a Corvette, which or like an Evo, where the wing has to be mounted below the roofline. And I think it's just in part, it's a legacy rule, but also it just has to do with how the air flows over the car. So a few years ago, one of our former competitors, James Forbes, showed up to Autobahn with a what was it? It's a Corvette with a rear hatch instead of a trunk.
Yep.
And at the time, hatchback was not defined in our technical glossary. And he showed up with a wing that was probably like 6 inches higher than the roof. And he was like, man, this is a hatchback.
This is great. What are you going to do about it?
All right, dude.
Fix
like,
your rules.
Run it. But we kind of miss having him out as well, because he was a pretty thoughtful time attacker in that at that time, the number of swaps that you could do into a street mod car were a little bit more limited, where you couldn't do aftermarket forced induction into a swap that like didn't already have it, I think was at the time. And he wondered in his C6 if he could swap in a ZR1 motor, an LS9.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, you absolutely can. You should go ahead and do that.
Please do. I'm sure that there have been a lot of times where you've heard, like, can I do this? And you know, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
You know that. They know that. We know that.
Well, Adam and I spend an extraordinary amount of time on the phone every year talking about the state of our rules and whether or not they accurately reflect, like, our values and what we stand for and what we want the series to be. And I remember a couple of years ago, there was it was an explicit rule that cars could only have one engine. And I said, Adam, why is that a rule? Like, if you're the kind of person that wants to put 2 engines in your car, all right, do that.
See, that's opening up a real can of worms.
I mean, is it though?
No one's probably ever going to do it. That's the thing.
Exactly. So if you want to run in a limited car with 2 engines, by all means, please go ahead.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. You'd have to do it. Well, and I suppose in unlimited, you could do it. Because you'd be changing, unless you started with an all-wheel drive car, you'd be changing
the drivetrain layout. But if you recall, currently you are allowed to change the drivetrain layout for track mod, where some folks with previously front-wheel drive cars like an Integra have swapped in CRV components to make an all-wheel drive Integra, which I think is really cool.
Right.
I don't know how fast it is, but it is really cool.
That car existed here for a while. I think he's a Canadian.
He is. That's
which is
Luigi.
why we don't see it so often.
Yep. We're missing all of our Canadian competitors. It's been a rough couple of years without those guys.
Yeah. Both on and off the track.
And we have both of our like serious unlimited competitors, Will Oyoung and James Houghton, both run Time Attack and GLTC programs, which
that's true.
Kind of that double duty driving. In fact, James has run like multiple cars in multiple classes in one weekend. A few years ago at Speedring, we had 3 cars at once.
3 cars. Okay, I really remember. Oh, yes, I do remember the third.
He
one
had
now.
2 unlimited entries and 1
and a
street class or a street mod entry, and he was exhausted by the time that he was done.
You don't say.
Yeah, it was a busy weekend.
So that had bracket battles in it. How would you have worked that if he ended up against himself?
Well, I mean, he'd have to forfeit one of them.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
But we're missing bracket battles a little bit at this event. I have really strong opinions on what that competition format is and what about it works really well. And Adam and I are both hoping to see it at least in some capacity at events here in the future this year.
Yeah. I don't know that you and I feel the same way about bracket battles.
Well, one could argue that it's not Time Attack.
Yes.
And that's true.
It's not.
But
and
it is
never
interesting.
Claimed it to be.
But
I'll
it is
give you
interesting.
That. Yeah.
So I heard a little bit of story about this Alpha Quadrifoglio here.
Yes. One of my favorite current production
It's
cars.
very neat. And
So cool.
it's a part of the PhD Racing team. And they had it at the dealer recently for a misfire
As
problem.
you do with Alphas.
Well, the dealership, I supposedly told him, that's normal, just drive it.
The misfire?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I remember, I believe it was Car and Driver had a long-term test for one of those. And it was an absolute mess. The number of things that they fought with in that car, staggering.
I mean, they're cool, though.
So cool.
But you have a propensity to love cars that are not good.
Right, but I feel like you need 2 of them. You almost have to have like a this is the one that works and this is the one that's at the dealership, and hopefully they're not both at the dealership at the same time.
In the past on the Slip Angle podcast, we've had a chance to talk with Andy Hollis about his love for tracking McLarens.
Yeah.
And has driven a huge number of cars, but somehow has just fallen in love with the driving dynamics of the McLaren. Regrettably, cars in the shop a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I've listened to those, and oh my gosh.
So in years past, I had what I thought to be a record with the amount of dollars claimed in warranty repair, and I have learned that Andy's record is about 10 times my own.
What was that you had? A diesel Cherokee?
I had a diesel Grand Cherokee, and it was an awesome vehicle, and it could tow anything, but it was not a pickup.
Right.
But
it spent a lot of time at the dealer.
But then that car was stolen from me by a bunch of Canadians while I was in Canada for the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal.
Canadians are friendly, but I don't know that you've had that experience.
Well, I mean, the Canadians that I know are friendly.
Well,
but
that's fair.
Perhaps the Canadians that stole my previous vehicle were being kind by stealing
they may
it for
have
me.
helped you out. It's hard to say.
Well,
was your warranty almost up?
No.
Oh,
it was only half done.
Oh, well, you had plenty of time yet.
So looks like Dana Baczynski off track. That car is a fresh build this year.
Yeah.
K-Swap, BRZ, and or FRS, one of those two, and
Toyobaru.
Dana's a fast driver, but had I think throttle position sensor issues at NCM, kind of plaguing him all weekend. It's possible that
he went through. They have a Bosch throttle body on that car. And they went through more than one of them at NCM, and I know he brought a spare with him this weekend as well.
I don't really understand, like, failure rate, but
the
like
factory part for either car, I don't think. But it was strange to me as well that it's been so Oh, see there. Nope.
maybe just needing to get things restarted. Hard to tell. But he's a newcomer to Grid Life. I've heard he's a very fast driver in a car that is going to be very capable very soon.
Yeah.
But looks
I
like
haven't actually met him, but I have friends who are friends with him, so I've heard about the car quite a bit.
and that is, I believe that's Club TR spec.
It is.
So lots of competitors running there. One of your friends, Ryan Seiler, is running as well. I think in the low 140 range. It looks like 143 this session.
143s right now. I know he managed a podium spot at NCM despite getting only 2 flyers the entire weekend.
Yeah, which was battling his own
having
issues.
never been to that track before is an incredible time. And I really, truly think that if he would have had a good, clean weekend without car problems, that he could have been fighting for the top spot on that podium.
Absolutely. I think what we saw in like basic S2 competition trim for Club TR, at the end of the day, GLTC driver Aaron Lichty drove Drew Turner's car. And, you know, like with everything perfect, those cars have a lot of potential.
Well, that track itself is so hard to learn. It's such a difficult place to race. And he literally got 2 clean laps on the car. And so you know that there was a ton of time in just learning it that he left on the table. And I know, like, to this day, that still really frustrates him.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I know he was really hoping for some redemption this weekend.
So talk about your fellow co-host Robbie making his transition to the wheel-to-wheel class.
Yeah.
Do you guys together like review track data and like work on kind of improving his driving ability?
Robbie's an interesting guy. He very much likes to do things on his own.
Okay.
He's very much I'm going to do it myself, and I'm not going to ask for help no matter how hard it might be. So I'm far from a data guy. I know he's talked to some people before. We have a good working relationship with Andrew Raines of Apex Pro. For a while, we were doing stuff with a group called Racers 360, and I know Robbie's talked to them quite a bit about this and that, and he's an avid learner. I know he owns many Ross Bentley books and stuff like that, and he's also and he'll readily admit this. I don't think he is the driver that he needs to be successful in GLTC because he's not an aggressive person.
Okay.
He wants to do wheel-to-wheel, but I think his long-term goal is more of an endurance racing situation.
Gotcha.
Because with sprint racing,
there's urgency.
If there's an opportunity, even if there's not an opportunity sometimes, you've got to take it.
Sure.
You know, and Robbie is the type of person who's going to think about it before he does it.
Sure.
And that's not going to work well, and he knows that. But, you know, we're pretty heavily involved in the Grid Life community, lots of friends that we've met here or that we've brought here or whatever, and so he still wants to be a part of it, which there's nothing wrong with GLTC's done a really good job of really promoting the fact that there's nothing wrong with running mid-pack and just having fun.
Man, it's hard to run mid-pack. Like,
absolutely.
I can confidently say that there are battles in every position on the track.
Yeah.
And so the racing isn't only happening at the front. And at an event like this, competitors are hoping for the chance to race.
Right.
And that doesn't necessarily mean to race to win, but it's you want to go door to door with other people, and that's happening at every spot in the grid.
Which is cool.
So looks like I'd imagine we'll come up on checker here before too long. 13 and a half minutes in. Few cars, I don't want to say disabled on track, but it looked like Dana was pulling over to a corner worker station in 4.
Just trying to get out of the way, which is good.
But awesome shot of the paddock. We've got lots of semi-trucks here full of neat stuff.
Mikey Singh Hassini, what's he out there in?
I don't know. But Mikey is a very fast driver, and we don't see it very often because he's usually helping other people work on their stuff.
Yeah. Basically the GRIDLIFE tuner.
Yeah, basically. But a few years ago, he had an RSX in street class.
That rocked
ripped.
the world.
He was running 38s in a front-wheel drive RSX prep for street class. And had he held on to that car, I would have said that would have been a perfect candidate for Clip TR.
I thought maybe he held the record for that front-wheel drive chassis, but he does not. I remember that car coming out here and being like, what just happened?
That may have been at Honda Meet, so...
Well, I know it's been at a GRIDLIFE event, too, because I remember seeing it and just being like, holy cow.
It wasn't the prettiest car, but
car?
It was fast.
Yeah. So that's a name I'm excited to see on the list again, because we don't see him often.
Not many cars on track. I imagine this must have checkered, and well, maybe not. Only a few drivers left taking their final laps.
As the weekends go on, that tends to happen a lot. You know, guys just going out there, getting their one lap or two, and coming back in. Especially with the temperatures, I would imagine some of these cars are really struggling with oil and coolant temperatures, and tire temperatures for that matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
When the tire falls away, there's really not much you can do about it.
Well, not just that, but depending on the tire, it may be hugely detrimental to try and drive hard on a tire that's overheated.
Yeah, absolutely. Tires aren't cheap.
They're not. Well, we've got race director, motorsport boss Adam Jabay here. Do you want to stand in for me for just a second? All right, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Adam Jabay so he and Adam can talk about Adam's stuff.
Can't be good. You get too many Adams in one place. Never ends well.
What's up, baby? Adam squared.
The dream team.
I'm the only guy in a sweatshirt.
I don't know how you're doing it, man.
It's great. Feel great.
How many layers are you currently wearing?
Hiding from the sun. I'm wearing 2 layers.
Indiana Jones hat?
My new cowboy hat. Doesn't fit on top of it.
I'm a little sad that you didn't buy the safari hat I suggested.
It's the birds, man. Those are awesome.
Really sad that you didn't buy the safari hat.
Yeah, it was Amazon. I didn't know what I was buying. Yeah.
How's the day going?
As per normal, the day's nuts.
Yeah.
But so far, so good, actually. No more oil cleanups.
It's been a bad weekend for that.
I'm out of overage time. We don't have a lot of extra, but going into Time Attack C here right now. Time Attack B should get the checker flag in 2.5 minutes.
Not a lot of cars left on track.
Yeah. We tried to get B a little bit more track time this one because of that big oil cleanup last time.
Right, right.
So if everything went smoothly in A, and which it did, so how are times going? I haven't looked at the session.
We're not burning the records down.
Not melting them, huh? These records are forged in steel, dude. You have to get real hot.
The track just doesn't seem to be there this weekend.
I think it's the dust. I think it's super dusty, and because it's been so dry for so long, so I think it's just dust.
Are you guys kind of drought around up here?
Not particularly, but it's typically this place, and this is a lot of sand. The entire track is sandy. If it's dry,
oh man,
if it's dry, it just gets real dusty, real dusty. It's been dry for about 2 weeks.
We're being told the driest year in 80 years.
Really? I guess it is drought. Never mind. We had some rain by Chicago, but
yeah.
Cool. Driest year in 80 years. I think I got hit by 5 raindrops on Thursday. So it rained on Thursday. Like 5 drops.
I don't know what you call that rain.
No, I think I got tinkled on by the clouds on Thursday. But looking at 141 from Dallas Reed, what do you think of that crazy?
It's
car?
One of my favorite cars.
It's so buck gnarly, dude.
It's one of my favorite cars here.
Yeah,
absolutely hilarious.
Do you know any details on that thing?
Beyond the fact that it's an LS and a single large turbo, no.
Yeah, and the turbo is entirely out the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty wild.
I know more about the silver car that he has, the still rotary car, than I do the
twin
V8
wing.
Car. Yeah.
You guys talked about that at all or no?
A little bit. He hasn't had that car on track today.
No, he had it out yesterday because he got here and he didn't have enough time to get the other car out.
So I know that car only makes about 225 wheel.
Right.
So it's certainly down on power as compared to other cars in its class.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Ernestus Puzilis, I think that's how you say that. He's been on track the entire time, chasing him around in the
track mod competitor.
Yeah, the only thing keeping him out of street GT is a cam, I believe. So hang on one second. I got to talk to timing and scoring. We'll be right back. I got the earpiece in the earpiece. Doubled up, dude.
I genuinely, I don't understand how you can do this.
It's really dumb.
It's incredible. So checkered flag on the session there. Truly the busiest man in the world, Adam Germain.
Yeah, might be the busiest person. Pretty stupid. Yeah, having a good time though. I was having a less good time with the oil cleanup, but what am I supposed to do? Slouch? Sit up? What's the parameters?
The
lay back like this.
GLTC Race 1 seemed to go pretty well.
I think really the only thing was the car, stuck out by 10? I didn't, there was a yellow flag just covering them because they were stuck out there, but they were in a good spot. But yeah, that took away a little bit of the ability to pass on the big straight. But like they spread out enough, it probably only affected a couple of little battles. You know, is that a drone shot of the drone shot?
I think so. Yeah.
It's cool. It's like droneception. That fade too, man.
You ever flown one of those?
I've not.
What a wild, wild deal.
Hard to do. Did they do the shot where it was straight up above 1 for a GLTC? Because man, that would have been a cool shot.
I was watching the race and not the live stream for GLTC.
Looking forward to rewatching it. What's up with the pigeons too? Happy looking pigeons.
Those are just drones too.
Oh yeah,
know?
Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real.
That's what I heard. Hashtag birds aren't real. Birds.real.com. I think that's a website. Just government drones, man.
One of my favorite conspiracies.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, not at all.
Why would drones poop all over the benches, man? I guess if you're real advanced though, we're talking like deep state. You got to convince everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time Attack C coming out. How's the spec fit battles? How was first session today?
It's always tight with the spec fit battles.
Yeah, there's 8 or 9 Sunday Cup cars.
My new goal in life is to get more non-fits in the Sunday Cup.
There's a Kia Rio that has ran a few times. Grid worker Bob. Bob has driven. He doesn't drive every session, but takes a lap here and there.
We've been thinking of terrible slow cars and then doing the math on them all weekend.
How about your Dodge Omni?
I don't know that my car would do well, and I guess I don't know what the power to weight is.
I mean, currently it's inoperable.
Well, it's been that for many years. But non-S Mini Coopers,
right.
I think they fit right in there.
Probably real close. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be cool.
Might be I'm
campaigning to get you guys to change the rules so we can race Sonics.
Oh yeah, you talked to me about that.
Because I love terrible GM cars.
Drones on drones on drones. That's a lot of drones. I don't even know what's going on.
Drift up next.
Time Attack going to Drift. I think if I did my schedule right. You guys want to change the schedule and like make everything say naughty words or something? We could do that right now. Might be irresponsible though.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to be that.
No.
Not at a race event.
No, wouldn't want to do that.
Hopefully we get Group C rolling out here soon. Get some track action once again.
Looked like they were stacked up in grid. You guys want me to find out?
I was going to say everything's falling apart without you, man.
Yeah. Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire, competition-proven performance, 303 Performance, premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL, ready, willing, STA-BIL. Forgestar, the official wheel partner of GRIDLIFE Time Attack. HP Tuners, connect, read, edit, write, drive.
Cars rolling out on track, getting ready for Group C. How many Time Attack cars do we have this weekend?
I think we have 91 registered,
Okay.
which basically means 3 groups of 30, which
Yeah.
is too many, but so many of them break that it's like 3 groups of 20.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's
Time
fine.
Attack,
Look
thanks.
at all those fits, and they're all in their glory. Just
Cars that
glorious.
don't. Speaking of cars that don't break.
No, they really don't. Although James Morgan did blow up the clutch on his after probably a good jillion track miles. The former GRIDLIFE spec fit. Yeah, lost one of the little springs in the clutch. All fixed now, though. I think that car, that silver one that was just on the shot, has the sticker from a griddle, like a brand.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
saw
griddle
that.
life.
It does. I
Made me laugh.
saw that. Hilarious.
Yeah. All the fun little slow cars, man. Have you ever driven a fit at all? On track in the city, anything?
I don't know that I've ever even been in the passenger seat.
They're
of a
like
Fit,
the
let alone
perfect little
driven it.
fun toy car, but also super useful and tiny. It's like a 20% scaled down minivan, so you can like put things in it, which is great. But love them, love those cars. Love this little white EF too.
Oh, why would that be?
I just like those. I think it's a 4-speed, two injector, a dual point car as well.
4-speed.
Yeah, they came with 4 speeds.
Whoa, calm down.
The 4-speed in those things actually was the HF transmission. They just didn't put the 5th gear in.
Right.
Because the theoretical top speed of the gas mileage HF CRX was 256 miles per hour. If you could obviously get there, you'd probably need to do it in a
big
vacuum.
hill, like a really big
hill. And definitely not the Eco tires from 1988, but. Is that Dalton out there in the daily?
Yep, my main man Dalton Klein.
How's he doing?
Not like the greatest. It's not the fastest car in the world. It's certainly the slowest track mod car because that's what it's registered in.
Just a V6 car, right?
Yeah, it's a V6 1LE, basically a stock car, except for some body work that he had to replace after he put it into a tire wall.
Right.
So
it's not what you want, but
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it.
No, he fixed it up nice. Looks good.
Yeah.
And looking forward to seeing his real track mod car soon.
Yes, I can't wait.
Did you guys talk about that thing? It's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
Sequential,
cool.
big vet, big motor.
Decent motor.
Did he win overall at NOLA?
Yes.
Fastest time of the weekend?
Yes.
Yep. Then
Only
he took it
getting
apart.
one session before breaking his bell housing.
That's right. He broke the trans.
The bell housing.
Yeah, actually broke.
Which is not a part of the trans in that
Well,
car.
yeah, that's true. It's the front of the drive shaft thinger tube, torque tube.
Torque tube.
But yeah, cool car. Sounds good.
Oh, sounds
almost
nice.
on
It's
board
gonna
here
sound
with the
even
spec
better
fit.
this year because it's got a big cam in it now.
Yeah, I bet. What's it gonna
Big
make? Like
cam.
6, 7?
Let's start with 550.
All right, we'll start there.
So
Man,
whoa.
getting a little sendy there in spec fit life.
Who knew those were rear wheel drive?
It's time to get
Damn.
after it, homies.
Looking for that lap record.
Yeah, man. Got so many of them. I think not quite as crazy as Club TR in car counts.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of those spec fits. It's like 10% of the field. Love it.
Club TR take rate has been phenomenal.
Pushing
for you
20
guys.
cars
That's
this
so awesome for a new class.
Yeah, pushing 20 cars. Hey, there's my RV.
Second event that Club TR's been at.
Abe, do you remember how many cars were at Club TR at NCM? 14? I think it was 13 or 14. Yeah, real good take rate at this one. Our buddies at Falken Tire hooking us up with the 255s as the max width tire for Club TR. Fastest time of this session, Andrew Sonneville, 44.297. Group C almost down in the sub 140 cruise. Going fast. I want to say Sonneville's in a K Miata, but I am not sure. They have like a V8 and a K Miata, I think, that runs out of that camp. V8 Mustang. Happiest little crowd right there. Look at those fits. Just beeping their way around that racetrack. Deet, deet. So happy.
Yeah, my goal is definitely to get more cars in that class that are not fits.
Yeah. The Kia Rio is, and the Mini Cooper. I think we have had a non-forced induction Mini Cooper. That would be totally solid.
Mazda 2.
There's a Mazda 2 being prepped right now.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 of them.
Being prepped. What
well, she's
put brake pads and
no,
tires
she's
on.
running. It's Becky. She's running.
Right.
She's running intermediate right now. So
Oh, okay.
Car's being prepped, but also Becky's being
The
prepped.
driver's being
Right.
prepped. I got you. I follow it now.
Right. Dalton getting a little traffic here. Chasing interesting Club TR car, like an 03 gen Honda Civic, D17. Weird little motor in those things.
A D17.
Yeah, that.
Your beloved D series.
But it's a different D series though. Like it's the same like crank, like bore journals, and that's it. Everything else.
So
is
you're
different.
too good for that one. That's not
No,
the right D
it's
series.
the unloved. It's the unloved stepchild of D series motors.
What puts him in Club TR over Street Class?
Probably, and maybe he's got an engine swap. I'm not actually sure, but
still should be Street Class legal, I think.
Probably would, yeah.
But
hey, man, he can sign up for both.
That's absolutely.
Maybe you can buy 2 entries and run at the same time.
You do you.
Yeah.
Could I do that?
Somebody, you know what? I can't remember the rules we wrote. We did change something with having one driver run 2 classes. We changed some wording last year. I think it's just 2 tickets, yeah. I don't know.
I know Ferris had talked on his social media.
TrackMod
Ferris
and
Cartoon was
Unlimited,
talking about running TrackMod and Unlimited in his
almost
car.
made it this weekend. That car had, one of the wildest Corvettes that runs anything, anywhere. That car had a piston just melt itself at Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
New motor's just about ready, but not quite. So he packed it, or threw in the towel on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Yeah, it was.
That's
still
very
potential.
unlike him. He usually doesn't throw in the towel till like Sunday of the event.
That's true. I mean, he wasn't here.
That's not stopped him before.
Yeah, coming from Dallas, at some point you're like, okay, if I leave now, when could I get there? What about a fun one to see? Very cool car.
Always a fun car to see.
How is
160 on the back straight here?
Oh,
it's done?
I think more than 166 or something.
Insane.
Last year. Like, car's even wilder this year.
Yeah.
How's the new build from K-Power Industries, the crazy beautiful K Miata?
Mid 130s.
Very nice.
135s.
He's got a
pretty
30,
consistently.
He's got a 33 out of it in testing so far.
Yeah.
So.
Like I said, it just
Track's not there.
track is not
Might
there
not be
today.
there
It's too hot. It's too greasy.
Right.
It's too dusty. So
Tom Halka in a this one right here, brand new to him. He's been building it for a couple years. Old Subaru. Usually co-drives with his son Josh Halka.
We talked about them earlier. I love
champion.
the father-son.
Yeah, they co-drive the same car, but Tom would drive it in advance. So that car, like the most beat down into the pavement Subaru. I mean, they take the engine out like between every couple runs to check everything. Like real high effort team. But you get 2 sets of drivers in there. You really dial that setup on a car fast. You know?
Lots of data.
And it shows. It shows in the progression of the Halka Sellers Subaru car. Real impressive effort over that car the last couple of years. Very, very cool.
Street champions last year, were they not?
Yeah.
Street class. The defending champs.
And definitely reliability champions for the EJ. Like, that's a reliable EJ, man. They put that thing back together and ran it. Also a former Speed Ring winner in street.
Yes.
And the winner of the most broken ball joints at Speed Ring. I think it was 2 at 1 Speed Ring.
That's one event I really am bummed I never made it to.
One of these days we'll see if we can get resurrected.
That would be great.
some of the wildest days, like as far as operating the event. Like it was machine gun fire wild. It was crazy.
It brought out a lot of big time builds that we don't normally always see at other GRIDLIFE events. So
about 10 minutes in almost here in this time attack session, right about 9. And what's up next? Drift, you said? Yeah, it's drift.
Drift up next, yeah.
Drift cars at 3 o'clock. I'm going to tell somebody to make a call. Got a cough button myself.
Those drone pilots, man.
I think they're having too much fun. I can't imagine being the guy who does this all day at the drone. Like,
That's just playing a video game.
yeah, it's so nuts.
I mean, lots of people play video games all day.
Tori Skursky, do you know the story behind him?
I know that he used to run a Juke, which was a favorite of mine.
He's been prepping the Juke for GLTC
Oh, no
for
way.
2 years. It's got full cage in it and everything.
A GLTC Juke.
I think
Who would've
his
thought?
his day job, I believe he works for AMS.
He works for AMS now, yeah.
His day job has just taken him all over the planet way too much.
Yeah.
And so it's the Juke's just not quite juking yet, but I know the cage is done. Cage was done last year. So there might be a Juke in Touring Cup.
There's a lot of potential builds I've seen that if they materialize are going to be silly.
The stress now is like, man, there's too many GLTC cars. And it's going to start to get hard to get into the events.
A main, B main.
Yeah, A
Circle
main and
track
B main.
stuff.
It's been talked about.
I'm sure.
When it takes 2 pace laps to get everybody warm and collected, makes me start to think maybe I only want 35 cars to race, and A main, B main might not be a bad idea. But,
yeah.
It went pretty well, though. I was pretty happy with how they all did. So, them boys and girls are, at least they're having a good time.
Checkered flag on the session.
Team Brap and Mr. Smith there down in the 57s. Got a couple second battle there between front of Spec Fit and the back of Spec Fit, but man, that little choo-choo train, just boop, boop, boop. Love it. Uh-oh, looks like we're playing with some in-car.
Getting ready for the wildest car
Yeah,
that may have ever been created.
quite possibly. Gotta find out if we're doing drift or if I'm doing drift. Somebody else wanted to do it. Let me ask. I don't know. Maybe it'll be me. Let the mediocrity flow from my voice. Feeling a little less stressed now that we're not cleaning oil, though.
It's funny how that works.
Oh man, it's amazing how much it makes me crazy. What a nice weekend, though. Beautiful, beautiful weekend out here. 80 degrees. Track temp probably in the 108, 110 range right now. I think we're going to pause here for a quick sponsor thing. Sponsor thing, right? That's what you say? See if I can get somebody in the booth here. We're going to swap over. Let some other buddies talk about drift cars. Thanks, everybody.
this weekend for a little...
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some...
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting... the wedding. She's getting married, so...
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TTRS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
GRIDLIFE Live Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition proven. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE. And BC Racing, the official suspension of GRIDLIFE Drift. Highly engineered custom coilovers that put you in control of every driving condition.
Hey, welcome to the afternoon session of Drift here at GRIDLIFE. I'm Will Rogie, and I'm with Brandon Cotto here.
What's up, buddy?
Hey.
Let's see what we got here. We got a empty straightaway. This is the entrance to turn one that you're looking at. Oh, now we're looking at the exit turn. Oh, here we go. This is Shane Wally going out in his Mustang. What did you learn something about this guy?
That's not Shane. That's the guy who was pitted with Shane. So
oh, okay.
The black Mustang there.
Oh, okay.
Shane was actually just fixing something on his car actually earlier in the pits.
Nice.
Like Shane's trailer is pretty well equipped with a welder, and he was helping him. It looked like with some seat bracket.
Oh, most
issues,
excellent.
So.
I hate having bracket issues. This thing looks pretty sweet. It's squatting really nice. Lots of tire smoke. Oh, little correction there. Let's see. He's just playing around. It's probably his first lap out, so he's just going to go racing. Let's see if we could pick up somebody else. Let's see who else is out at all. White 350Z with some Rocket Bunny front. Okay, he's out of the frame now. All right. Let's see who's now. Oh, some FP Vizzle. Oh.
Great thing here at GRIDLIFE is we have a ton of very talented FPV pilots helping us out today.
Yes.
Shepsta here is going to be all the FPV footage.
Here we go.
Shepsta or Kevin chasing some of our cars here. Kevin Grand Rapids Aerial on Instagram.
GR Aerial, baby. Oh, here we go. This is, we just met these guys, Gus and Dan. If anyone's going to win the Team Tandem unofficial competition that doesn't exist, it's these guys.
Yeah, this is Gold Digger.
Oh, yeah, they're getting it. Keeping that angle. Look at that. They're both holding the same angle. Nice proximity, to use the Formula Drift terms. I believe that is Gus in the lead and Dan following.
I believe that is right. Yeah, we found out Gus has white wheels up front, and Dan is running some darker colored wheels there. Cool thing with both those cars is that they have an S54 in them. They're E46s. The front one there, which is Gus, I believe.
The interesting thing about these guys is there's a familiar concept here where it's kind of like a run what you brung, or like run what you know, run what you have access to. And these guys have been driving similar chassis and know the S54 in and out. So even though there's other guys on their teams with the IS or the 350Zs that you saw there briefly, just being in the car that's comfortable and that they have the most seat time, and you can see in their driving how much it pays off.
Totally. And Gus and Dan were telling us that they've really been here since, what, 2016. They came to some of the really early GRIDLIFE, so they're familiar faces if you've ever been out here at GingerMan for any of the Midwest festivals.
We didn't get a chance to talk to this dude in the clean S13 that you saw there before, or this guy right here. He's putting down some decent smoke. I think I saw from the scissor lift that he has a VG swap in that blue one. This guy here, no idea what he's running, but he's got some sick style going on.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Ooh. That sweet tire smoke, beautiful transition. Manging that back straight into those corners that he's going to be manging towards. Oh, here's Chris the Force Forsberg, Formula Drift champion and driver of a car with 4 seats in it.
4 seats meaning he gets to take 3 passengers along for the ride here. This car is totally insane. This car probably has more horsepower in the single engine bay than the entire Gold Diggers team does have in their entire team.
Yep.
Chris was telling us that it makes about 1,400 horsepower. It is a totally crazy billet block.
Woo!
Twin turbo. This is a motor that you would normally find in an R35 Nissan GTR.
We're peeling him away from him back to this Mustang. Beautiful initiation. Nice little chuck right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, goes a little wide there. Dirt drop. Oh, he could have kept it going. Come on, bud. You got this. Yeah. It's interesting about these things, too. I see a lot of guys are getting these. So if you're familiar with drifting and you're familiar with Midwest teams, there's also Proceed is one of the biggest teams around here. A lot of those dudes are getting this variation or this version of Mustang for their personal cars.
It's true, and I think you'll see a lot of these actually ending up becoming drift cars here in the future, not just on the pro level, because I think when the Mustang switched to independent rear suspension, it just kind of unlocked a whole lot of opportunities for it to become a better drift car and have a lot of the characteristics that people already had from, you know, existing domestic and Japanese offerings, and BMWs and Euro spec stuff as well.
Absolutely, it's kind of the best of both worlds. Here we go, get some more sick tandems going on here.
Gold Diggers.
So Gus and Dan here in the E46s have been running this team for a couple of years now, 4 or 5 years, I think they said. And the 350Zs that you'll see behind them, and they have a IS200 as well, are new additions to the team for, I believe this season is their first season, all 5 driving together under the same banner.
What's cool is you can see at varying levels of power right here too. These front 2 cars are turbocharged and supercharged, but the 350Zs in the back there, one actually has a 1J swap, and then the other one is powered by a stock VQ.
Here's Chris coming in hot, laying down a layer of smoke. Another thing I love about these cars is this is not a competition car, so it doesn't have to be built to like Formula Drift specs. It's basically what you would find in like unlimited class drifting if such a thing existed.
Right, which is really cool. And also it being a 4-seater means you get to bring 3 people along for the experience. And Chris is making full power, looks like now. I know a little bit earlier in the weekend he was having a little bit of trouble, and there we were on board with Chris right there. That is sweet.
Look at that dude getting stoked out. Oh, Jabay with a thumbs up. All right, and he's holding it. Oh, and he's still thumbs up. Oh, there he goes. All right, here we go. Chris the Force Forsberg.
The thing I love about this car, the Ultimaniac, is it kind of looks like your, GLTC DTM car, right? Like it has this stretched wide and low Altima style, and it is a tube chassis Altima. So the only thing that really is an Altima anymore is probably, I think a small section of the seat pillar and maybe the roof or something.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
Completely tube chassis, and it was actually a lot of that work was done by our friend Rob Parsons, Chair Slayer.
Yep, Chris Slayer. For those of you who get his Instagram wrong. So I was under the impression that he just did this cage, which his company on Instagram is Cage Kits. He 3D scans the car and pre-bends all of the tubing and sends it to you for you to weld in, and it's like a seamless fit, and he has options like to keep your interior or varying amounts of your interior, and there are just beautiful pieces of machinery. That is Shane Wally. Wally?
Shane Wally, yes. I butchered that one.
Laying it down. Sorry, I messed that up earlier, Shane. I like your car. And you.
So details on Shane there is he's from north of Detroit. He's competed in Midwest Drift Union before. He's been coming to GRIDLIFE for a while now. And the cool thing with this Mustang is taking full advantage of all the Mustang handling, but a swap power plant. So he's running a Chevrolet LS motor with a single big turbo right there and rear-mounted rad. So this is like a very comp-style car.
I could be mistaken, but I remember seeing him in past years. He's one of the few grassroots guys who would be linking the whole track at Atlanta, or running the back section at least. We're hanging with Chelsea Denofa and Von Yitten Jr. and the other FD Pro guys, and that's commendable. This guy in the E30, I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. He's at like every single GRIDLIFE basically, and driving this car on this track is probably the most balls out driving. It may not look like it from the outside, but you're just committed the whole time, maximum throttle. You have to be on top of your steering all the. Oh, here's the IS. Ooh, deep into the. Deep into the sand pit there. His teammates are coming up behind him. That's some pretty decent angle there.
That was Reed from Gold Diggers in that IS 300.
Yep, here we go.
Here we are with Shepsta here.
Yep.
Tracking both the E46s from Gold Diggers.
One thing I love about that angle too is you get to see the driver. You get to see where they're looking.
Yeah, and it's really cool.
Yep. It tells you a lot about how tandem works and kind of what your chase driver is looking at when you're trying to suck up to that lead driver. So
it's kind of wild how neat FPV has been. And you can see why people in drifting really love it, right? Because as a driver, you can really gain a lot, and it's a perspective you'd never be able to get any other way.
Absolutely. So. Even the evolution of FPV filming of racing and drifting has changed so much too, because FPV in its own right is like this crazy sport, and there's freestyle FPV, what's like Mr. Steel, Steely Dan, and it's now accommodating the race lines more, so you're getting to see the car's action, and people are following more smoothly what the car is doing, and not just doing power loops and like all the crazy flips and things that you would see. I mean, you still get them in there for fun, but like staying on the car, keeping it visible, watchable, is like something that's relatively new to FPV flying, and I really appreciate that. This guy's doing great.
And that might be just coming from us, in our perspective being, filmmakers and people that appreciate seeing the cars in action, and kind of automotive purists from that sense instead of ones that aren't,
what the?
Just concerned with there's some birds with us here on the bench.
Man, West Nile. Oh wait, no, that's mosquitoes.
Yeah, birds aren't real.
Bird flu. Here we go. This beautiful S13 right here. Something's up with that wheel, is out of balance, but no matter. Let's go drifting. This is the one that has the VQ in it, or whatever is that the 6-cylinder 350Z motor? That
is.
Sounds like kind of. I mean, this one sounds fine, but usually they sound like garbage. All right, nice, good job. Yeah. Extend that shit out. Oh wait, can I say bad words on here? I don't know. Sorry, Matt. Sorry, Magic. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, GRIDLIFE. I'll see myself out. Oh, here we go. So I was saying about, like, this is like high commitment. This is like driving a Corolla or something, but on the highway. Like, see the amount he has to manji to make those straights? That's probably because he has like 10% of the power that someone like Chris Forsberg or Shane Wally would have on this course. But you're just sawing the wheel the whole time, clutch kicking left and right. Like, this is the spirit of drifting right here. Just having a good old time. Keeping it on track, that's sweet. Just keeping it sliding the whole way.
Manji Devils there, man.
Yeah.
Just flicking it. Look at that steering. What a little dirt drop.
I think out of everyone, he's having the most fun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dropping in on a Miata. Is that an ND Miata? No. Is that even a Miata?
Could you?
Plowman, who's behind the scenes, is going to give me shit. Oh, Reed's off.
Reed looks like he might be off.
That looks like a Z3 Coupe BMW. I've never seen one of those drifting before.
Like
it's pretty sick.
He may have lost a wheel or broke some kind of front suspension there.
Yes.
It's definitely looking a little lower on the passenger side.
I wonder if Shreve has an angle on that. Let's see. Oh, here comes this other black Mustang gentleman, flicking it in hard, catching it, flicking it back, just burning out down that straight or between turn 1 and 2. Here we go. Lots of angle. Oh! Woo! Hopefully he shuts it down here. That should be a yellow flag on track, so this dude doesn't get wrecked.
Man, you just feel bad for that. I wonder if maybe some of the lug nuts weren't put all the way on, because it looks like the wheel is pretty loose in there.
Yeah, that is a more common occurrence in drifting than other motorsports. The last time I saw this was a yellow car as
the
well.
The curse of the yellow car.
The curse of the yellow drift car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask the Gold Diggers about that. Here we go. Chris Forsberg on the track there in the background. You're going to have to do a little slow pass right by there in the Reed in the IS 300.
That's
we might be able to get on board with Chris here through the magic of streaming. We actually have a camera on board with Chris.
It looks like he's blazing.
The tough thing with this track is that a lot of the drivers will only run the first 3 corners, right?
Yeah.
Because with drifting, you're actually trying to conserve.
Here he goes, he's going drifting.
Because high horsepower cars like Chris's are going to burn through a set of tires potentially in a single lap.
That's why we just didn't see him there for a couple minutes. Is he, after 2 laps, especially at full course drifting, has to go in and get fresh rubber.
And fresh passengers.
Yes. He's burnt those ones. They're well done. I prefer my passengers medium rare. Let's see. See, he's just on that handbrake all day, baby. All right, now we're looking at a field. I bet you could drift that. Is that Jeep? No, it's not.
It's a Durango.
I don't know my off-road American cars.
The Durango I don't really consider an off-road car either.
No? Oh, well. Is that one of the death wobble steery guys where like you go fast on the freeway?
I feel like it potentially could have the death wobble.
Yeah. Well, are we still gonna? Yep. All right. Oh, there's probably like a black flag or something out. They might be getting this guy some help. We'll look at it for a little bit more and see what happens. This car, the IS's, this is the next drift
I feel like it
chassis.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think it's not there yet?
It's. I think right now it's still E36's E46 kind of
Have
like
not reached
E30I's.
peak tax yet?
No, they can get. Let's see. Here we go, Chris.
Coming in hot.
Whoop whoop.
Into turn 1.
There we go.
There we go. Nice dive.
There we go. Beautiful line.
Back on the power. Watch this.
Banging the limiter and living.
On board with Shepsta here.
Are you sure it's not Mark Martin in the number 8 NASCAR with the Valvoline?
I do like this classic Valvoline livery there, though.
Yeah, that's the last time I've seen this, and I was like, what is the through line from Mark Martin, 90s NASCAR, to Chris Forsberg, 2021 multiple Formula Drift champion, Altima Nissan? It's NASCAR Nissan. I don't know. You do the math.
Chris there.
Oh, and that's us again. What's up? All right, bye. Oh, yeah, FPV, go get them. So the funny thing is, like, the drift cars while it looks fast and out of control, you're probably going like 40 to 60 through that section.
So we did talk to
right?
a couple of the drivers. Yeah, you could be entering at 90 to 100 miles an hour. Some of the cars with a little bit more power might be in 4th gear. A lot of it is 3rd gear, is what we learned from members of the Gold Diggers team, and then Chris. You know, that's what's cool about this track, too, is that you could enter at 90 to 100 miles an hour, but like you said, with drifting, you're throwing the car sideways.
Yep.
You're creating a lot of heat, throwing away a lot of energy immediately. So
yep.
you're going to scrub speed down to 50 miles an hour, or so 40, 50 miles an hour in drift. So it's still quick, but you figure you're expending a lot of that energy sideways.
That's why you see Chris Forsberg, that last clip that we just saw, or not clip because it was live, but he was actually, for turn 1, it's a left turn, he chucks it right first to kind of start scrubbing speed and just kind of flick it in extra hard to come around turn 1 with maximum angle and the max amount of speed. So that's a way for him to control his speed and be in drift at the same time, and with a really nice stylish flick back, aggressive, right back in it.
We'll have to see what's happening here and see if this is going to be the end of our drift session with the recovery going on out there with the Gold Diggers car.
Yep.
Wishing the best of luck to Reed, hoping that was just a couple of lug nuts and not any kind of major front suspension damage there.
Hopefully it's not going to be the end of his weekend. That's the nice thing about these cars, is parts are relatively available at your like AutoZones and O'Reilly's and whatnot. Hopefully they can just get back out there sooner than later, maybe down a fender. But yeah, that's
a tough thing, man. Maybe with some Bluetooth lug nuts.
Yeah. Oh, Chris Forsberg.
Oh, Chris coming back in the pits. This is so cool to be able to be on board with him right now.
Yeah, it's like there's 6 passengers in there. I mean,
how many people
5
are watching
passengers
right now? Oh, that's at least
6.
3 passengers and 8 pigeons.
420, 69 plus 6 passengers in that car. Anyways,
big thanks to Sam Sharp for getting that camera set up inside.
Is this Sam's angle? Big thanks to Alex Tabasca throwing off that angle of the recovery as well. And then in turn 1 and turn 2 section, we have Justin Shreve for those, I guess it's old school drift fans now, part of Tandem of Die, which is crazy to think about. That was 10 years ago. That was kind of the peak of that stuff. Even if you want to see Chris Forsberg in a completely different setup, you can watch the Bloodmasters Volume 1 from back then.
Yeah.
That's a rowdy video. And if you want to see more of the Ultimaniac, then you can go watch the Hoonigan This vs. That series featured this car versus Travis Pastrana's Gymkhana WRX thing in like a drag race donut frenzy and somewhere in Central California, and I think jump it at the end or something. It seems pretty crazy. It's probably worth watching, and you can get the actual specs there. Oh, you know, those seats are so sick too. Have you seen
we really got to pay some big kudos to Chris and for picking those really nice Recaros. I mean, the thin back style is minimal kind of padding, but they were super comfortable. I was just sitting in there while I was helping Sam rig that camera up, and those are some really slick seats.
Nice. Oh, they're getting it up. Let's see, having to pull it on. Maybe we'll get a look at, oh, it looks like it's still attached to the caliper there, the brake caliper, or the brake rotor. So that's more or less a good sign that maybe it's just like a tie rod or something that they can fix relatively easily. So go Reed, you got this. There's the rest of Gold Diggers hanging out there helping out, or that could be just them from getting out of the car. Who knows? Can your science explain that? I didn't think so. And
I like your commentary style, Brandon.
Me?
Yeah, I feel like
I'm just looking at a screen and talking about what's on the screen.
Yeah, I just really enjoy that you do just commentate on exactly what's on there. So if they showed us like a picture of a tree, you might just give us some,
I wish I had
of what you're seeing.
There's a radio, Shepsta FPV's FPV radio. I don't know what it's propped up on, but he's got that custom. Is that a digicamo or a camo skin, or is it all the transitions? Is that one like a wait? Do that hallway one again. Do that hallway transition. Is that like from Doom or from like what's up?
We need a little bit of context for that.
Yeah. Maybe we can get Morgan Tinney to come feature on the live stream and explain these transitions. I think that's a sign that he agrees. I really appreciate your knowledge of old truck rig type things. Like I think the first time we saw that, you said some information about that I didn't
believe
know.
That's Matt Johnson that you're talking about with the knowledge.
Oh,
of,
Matt Johnson FPV.
Toter home cabs.
Well, you have a similar truck to this thing. You have that Dodge.
It's not similar
dually
to that at all.
Diesel. Yeah.
It is really nice being back out here at GingerMan, though. The weather this weekend has been really great so far.
This is the best weather I've ever been in my life up here. It's usually thunderstorms, rainstorms, cloud walls from last year, and you'll be up because we're part of this live stream crew. You'll be up in the scissor lifts doing the live broadcast. The storm's coming in. People are running to their tents or to their cars or into the buildings to hide from the lightning and the thunder, and you're just standing out there waving like, okay, don't forget about me. I'll be out here providing your content forever. Always watch the content and produce it. It's worth it, I guess.
And you may recognize Brandon from the camera operator that was twerking earlier on the live stream.
You may recognize Will, aka Creamy Billy, from his creamy drone flying. Oh, here's Gold Digger's pit. Looks like the Reed is not back yet, so we don't have an assessment on his damage. They're still out there fixing it, getting the car jacked up.
That's tough.
Oh yeah, that's a tiny jack too. Look at that. That's like a O'Reilly's. What's their brand is like Duraflex or something?
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little jack. That looks like a little, like maybe a 1-ton jack. Not sure if it's gonna get the job done here. They're looking for a good jack point. Don't put it on the intercooler. Whatever you do. They look like, they're Gold Diggers guys. They know what they're doing. I'm just happy that Altezza grill did not get damaged, or at least it doesn't look like it got damaged. That's a critical style component to that vehicle right there. But yeah, I think E36s, E46, like 330Is, whatever they're called, still have a lot a ways to go as far as drift tax goes. They're super popular, but there's still a lot of them to be destroyed. There's not a lot of S13s left. They're already worth way too much money. There's hardly any Corollas left. E46s are next, and E36s for sure. And then after those are going to be the ISs and the Sport Crosses, I think.
And the interesting thing with those two is that they come with a 1JZ, so they have a great inline 6 power plant.
Yep.
So it's a good starting point for things, and I think, as we both know, you don't need a ton of power to go drifting, and I feel like some of these cars here today actually kind of exemplify that really well.
Absolutely.
Like we have some completely stock-powered Nissan 350Zs, and they're out here doing a third gear course at GingerMan. You know, like we said, kind of entering it above 60 to 70 miles an hour into that first corner easily. So that's a ton of excitement that you can get without really having to add a turbo or add any extra power to it. So you don't need a ton of horsepower to come drifting, even here at GingerMan Raceway, which is probably one of the more faster flowing kind of courses. That
the 350Z is a perfect example. That IS is a perfect example of you can just get one of those stock and weld the diff and then go drifting. That's all you need. But anyways, it sounds like we are wrapping up. So, okay, bye.
GRIDLIFE Live Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GRIDLIFE, and BC Racing, the official suspension of GRIDLIFE Drift, highly engineered custom coilovers that put you in control of every driving condition.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.